So a couple of these people's names came up during the H2O podcast, and I decided I'd give them a call and see if they'd be interested in talking a little bit about their time spent with H2O. And I'm going to call this episode Branches of Our Tree, because these people are a big part of H2O's career, and they're part of our roots and our history and our family tree. So the callers are going to be Mark Holloway, used to be our tour manager. Vaughn Lewis, used to be our manager. Hans Haydel, who signed us to MCA. Matt Wallace, who produced us, our album Go, on MCA. Bill Wilson, who signed us to Blackout Records. And Chris Bridge9, who signed us to Bridge9 Records. Enjoy. Yo, we got Todd Friend on the phone right now. Todd Friend, can you tell us how long it took us to do each record? Starting now. Go, TF.
The first record took 3 days. And the third day was a party, basically. The Thicker Than Water record, that took 4 days, but we had to remix a few things with the drums later on. And then by the time we did that, that took about a week. FTTW was January of 1999 with Brett Gurewitz. We did that for about a week. And then the fourth record, Go, as you guys spoke about yesterday, we were there in California at Rumble Studios on and off for about 2 weeks, and then back for another 2 weeks. And then Nothing to Prove, that took about 2 days for drums and bass and guitars. And then probably another, how long did it take you to do the vocals for that? Do you remember?
Like 3 days. 3 days.
3 days, yeah. And then for Use Your Voice, I believe that was about 4 or 5 days for all the tracking. And then you came in, you and Adam flew to Chad's studio, right, in Tennessee?
Yep.
And how long did that take?
Like a week.
About a week, yeah. Yeah, so that's it. The first record was done. We did it at Brial Studio. The first 2 records we did at Brial Studios, right outside of Holland Tunnel. And then Coyote was FTTW. Rumbo Studios was for Go, which was owned by Captain and Tennille. And then the last 2 records, Use Your Voice, or the last 3 records we did out with Paul Miner at out in Orange.
Eric Rice.
Yo, what up, homie?
Mr. Rice on the phone. So your name came up a bunch during our H2O podcast, which will be coming out soon. So many memories. So what I did was I called a bunch of people to add to this podcast. People who were part of our lives, part of the Branches of the Tree, part of H2O's career, and you were the first. You were the first bass player.
That's right, man.
So how do we meet you? How do we meet you? How did that happen?
Well, I originally met you. You were roadie for Sick of It All.
Yep.
And I was playing with Zero Tolerance.
ZT, yes.
Yeah, we would, Sick of It All blessed Zero Tolerance very much and got us on a lot of cool shows.
Yeah.
With them, and that honestly was my link to meeting a lot of people in different New York bands.
Yeah.
Over the years, and they were definitely the first band to dig Zero Tolerance music and actually help us out and give us a little boost.
Yeah, for sure. I remember those shows actually. A lot of those shows are like upstate,
Yeah.
Those are awesome. So then, when did you end up moving you moved down to the city? What year was that? You remember?
So that was probably like 92, I want to say.
Okay.
Maybe 91, right? Or somewhere in there, in that
time frame.
In between those, yeah.
Yeah. Were you playing with somebody at the time?
So I left Buffalo. I was at a dead end there, and it was bumming me out, and I was just getting in trouble and doing dumb stuff.
Yeah.
So to put my life in check and follow the music thing, I left and went to New York, knowing a few people. I knew, the guys in Sick of It All, you a little bit.
Yep.
You know, and a few other bands that we had played with.
Yeah.
You know, a couple of guys in Gorilla Biscuits.
Yep.
You know, I knew Gavin from Burn.
Yep.
And so at first, when I moved to New York, I linked up with Gavin.
Okay.
And Burn was kind of doing a little, I don't want to say reunion, because I don't know if the band broke up technically. I don't even know the inner politics of what happened with them and you know, Alex and you know, and whatnot. But I started playing with them, you know, and then that subsequently turned into, you know, a great friendship with Chaka as well.
Yeah.
And, you know, and then we ended up with Chris Traynor and, you know, making Orange 9mm as well.
That's right. That's right. So were you in Orange 9mm for a while? Were you in that band for a while?
No. Actually, it was a really short time.
Okay.
We recorded that, you know, played a couple shows right quick. And recorded a 4-song little short EP on Revelation.
Yeah.
And then I left. And yeah, they got another guy named Davide.
Oh yeah, Davide, that's right. That's right. And, dude, the dreads. Yeah, I remember him.
And whatnot. And, you know, I had some things going on in my life that just I needed to deal with and focus on. And
totally,
my mind wasn't totally with it with them.
So then when did we link up? Like, how did that happen? Because we had Max Capshaw. Were you friends with him too, or you met him with us?
I knew Max via Sick of It All.
Okay, that's right. You know. That's right.
So I didn't really know him.
Yeah.
I more knew him as the guy in Sick of It All that had the mullet.
Yeah, that's right. He played for them for a little while. That's right. An arm on left. That's right. Your mullet.
But so I was still bumming around New York a little bit before I linked up with you.
Yeah.
I was actually jamming with Charlie Garriga and Derek Green.
Nice.
And Sammy for a minute there. And
okay.
We actually had something real cool going, but then Civ, you know, popped off with Charlie.
Yeah.
And Sammy, and you know, Derek ended up being in Sepultura and all that.
Crazy, man.
And I ended up linking up with you guys.
Perfect. That's awesome. And what year was that? That must have been like 95, I guess, right?
Yeah, either 94, 95.
Yeah. But then we had, so you played our first show with us, though. It was with Max on drums. Or was that on that first show? Yeah. And was it Maddie?
Well, I remember, I think I just ran into you down on the street. I ran into you and Rusty, and I think I had my Zero Tolerance hat on. And even though this was long after not long after, but shortly after Zero Tolerance, and you were like, "Hey, what are you doing now?" And I didn't have anything going on, so you were like, "Well, mate, try to come jam with us."
Damn.
And I did, and it was really cool.
That's awesome.
You know, I really had no idea what to expect of what you guys had already song written wise.
Yeah.
You know, you told me you guys only had a few songs, but you know, and that was my first time meeting Rusty too. And I want to say that Two Hips was hanging out with us that day too.
I'm sure, man. Rest in peace, Two Hips.
Yeah.
Wow, man. So then we started just jamming, and like doing songs and stuff. Was that before we made the demo? We didn't have nothing out or nothing right at that point.
Yeah, we didn't have anything. We didn't I think we made a tape the first.
Okay.
You know, maybe we
did do a demo.
Songs right off the rip or whatever.
Yeah.
And I remember Matty Boy was playing too.
Yeah, but he was playing a 6-string or something wild. Rusty was saying that the other day, like he was playing some sort of I forget what he was playing. He played the first show with us for sure. That's right, and maybe the second show.
Yeah.
But then we had a demo tape with Go on it and Here Take on Tomorrow, I think, and Mask and something else, man. Yep. Yeah, I love that bass line. Everybody listening, Smokey wrote the bass line for. I love the bass line for "Here They Gonna Mall." So good. So that was great.
I think that was in our first practice.
Yeah.
The first or second practice we wrote that song.
Wow.
And then Rusty threw the other riff in there.
And,
and then me and Rusty definitely started vibing off each other real good as far as like songwriting and stuff. And he always had really good melodies, and
for sure.
I know vocal little melodies to link you to what you had, but
totally.
also, and then came up with cool little hooks. Like I remember when we wrote, what was that song? I Know Why, right?
Yeah.
Then I had a little bass hook and little dynamics that made it a little more than what it was.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude. And then with the demo, then we had the 7-inch with Equal Vision. That was our first release, pretty much.
Yep.
And then did we do some tours? We did some crazy tours, man. Did some wild fucking.
Yeah. We're when I was playing with you guys, it was mostly the tri-state area.
Totally.
Occasionally we'd bust out, and then we went on the tour with the Bosstones.
Great tour, man.
We went out with Shelter as well.
Yeah, so Doggy Dog. Downset, yeah.
Yep.
Those are crazy tours, man.
Yeah, they're fun as hell, man. And that blue bus.
Yeah. I remember getting pulled over somewhere, too. You were driving us. I don't know where that was, though. Fuck.
That was Massachusetts.
Yeah.
I definitely, I don't want to say I don't have a lead foot anymore, but I've hopefully learned to control it a little better than I used to.
Yeah, you used to drive crazy fast. I remember that.
I've just always been a little bit of an aggressive driver, I suppose.
Yeah, Rusty is too. Well, you did the tours when we were in the vans. Did we get in the van with Isaac came with us in the back of the van with Matty Boy? Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, like the cargo van.
Yeah, the Lotus van.
Yeah, the car.
Yeah, Lotus tattoo van.
Oh my God, dude. Those are
that
fucking
thing was awesome.
That was amazing. And so
I remember it being cold as a motherfucker back there, though.
It really was, dude. It was like no paneling, no nothing in that shit.
Yeah.
And then the Boston shit, that was really great for us. That was like those dudes were so nice to us. It was such a great audience and fucking really great shows with them.
Took it to the next level for sure.
For sure. Even the Shelter Downset.
Definitely.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they had such a different, diverse crowd than we would have ever had access to.
Yeah.
Just on our own. And,
it
was really cool too because I remember they had so many bands that almost every other show there was a different band opening up too.
Yeah.
Besides us.
That's
more
true.
Of like a local or regional act too.
Yeah.
So they always looked out, man. They're definitely good dudes.
Yeah. So that went up to what 90? Because you weren't you that was up to like 96. Right? How long were you with us for? How many years was that?
Yeah. I think 96 was when I left.
Yeah. So
it was right before you guys went out on tour with Murphy's Law. Go figure.
Oh my God, what a great tour you've been on.
I might not have been able to survive that one, huh? Or I might have joined Murphy's Law instead.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, that was an amazing tour. I came to get Jimmy on this podcast. That shit was crazy, man. It was a really fun tour, man. My
daughter wants to say something right quick.
Okay. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the podcast. How old is she now?
She's 11.
Wow, amazing, man. It's crazy. Like, we all have kids. Like, we're all dads. We're all gray. We're all old. It's so wild, man. Oh, my God, dude. Everybody's spread out now. Not many people in New York now. It's like, it's crazy, man.
That's just how life is, man.
No, I know. Yeah.
It's people move around, following the money, following the family.
Yeah. For those who listen, I mean, Eric's an amazing tattoo artist. How many years are you tattooing now for?
This is my 21st year.
Wow, dude. That's crazy because H2o is together 25 years this year. That's fucking crazy, man.
Well, I left when I went down to Miami, right after that.
Yeah.
I was hanging out with, like Darren Brass and and some of those guys that we kind of knew just from up in New York.
Totally, Connecticut. Yeah.
A bunch of people down there, so there I was.
What? I mean, you were always drawing shit too. Like you always like, I think
I was always being artistic.
Yeah.
And doing stuff.
So what was that? What was that transition like for you? Like to stop playing music and then start doing that? Did you miss playing?
It was weird,
Yeah.
I definitely miss playing music a lot.
Yeah.
But moving to Miami and starting to do that, I almost felt like it was like me going to college, kind of, and I just needed to buckle down and just figure my shit out with that, and and just completely hone myself in that direction, and that's what I did.
Yeah.
And now I'm up in Atlanta. Years later, I have 2 shops with a couple of my good friends and partners, and doing awesome.
That's amazing. We still see when we come to town, and like all of us are still connected, even though we don't see each other all the time, and wherever we come to each other's city and stuff. It's awesome.
Yeah, I love when you guys roll up, man. Fortunately, one of my shops is next to the venue you guys have played, and or so close near. It's like we walk to the show together or hang out.
I know.
It's awesome.
I love when you had the band tattoo you too, and I think you did that with Sick of It All too, right? And some other bands.
Oh, Sick of It All. I got John Joseph's hit me up. Mackey's tattooed me.
Wow.
I've had Scott Vogel's tattooed me.
Nice.
Human Furnace from Ringworms got me.
Wow.
I got a pretty nice collection.
That's amazing, man.
Probably the most amateur tattoos I have are probably from Armando. He's a go-getter, overachiever.
Oh shit! Has he tattooed you more than once?
He's tattooed me multiple times.
No way. That is so funny, man.
Yes. Yeah.
So when bands come to town to where Eric's at, we should go to shop and we all take turns tattooing him. It's pretty awesome.
Hey man, it's I don't know. It's the mark is indelible to me, however shitty the tattoo might be or whatever. Just because all these people, I feel like they've helped write the soundtrack of my life. And,
Yeah.
It just means a lot to me.
I love that, man. I think that's amazing. Yeah, it's not about how good it is, the fact that they put it on you and it means something and the connection there. For sure.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious to see someone get really, really, really nervous.
Hell yeah.
The second they're about to stick a needle in you. people get real stoked. Like, oh, that sounds like a great idea. I'm going to kill it. And then as soon as you're about to lay it down, it's like, oh shit.
It's such a different animal. It's different than anything you ever do. It's like it's so hard. It's easier said than done. It's just when you have the gun in your hand. I've done it on a couple people. It's just so nerve-wracking, man.
Yeah.
Like if you feel like you're stabbing them or you're hurting them or like you're going too deep. It's like that's amazing though, man. I'm psyched for you, man. That you totally like went from playing music to a whole different career and stuff. It's pretty awesome.
I've been truly blessed with a great life for sure.
Yeah, and now you have 2 shops. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Do you feel what do you think? What do you think your connection was in the first place to hardcore music? I mean, growing up, was it around you? Was it through friends or school? Like,
I where I grew up was in downtown Buffalo.
Yeah.
And I grew up and definitely heavy metal was like the thing, and I was really into that. And then I remember my mom worked for the airlines, and I had cousins down in Florida, and I would go down there during the summers for a few weeks and hang out down there. So I would have a glimpse of other things going on.
Yeah.
But I remember I left for a summer, and I don't remember exactly what year this was, but everyone in my neighborhood was into metal and rock and all this. And I left, and I came back, and all of a sudden, like, breakdancing happened. Prince came out.
Yeah.
Run DMC and a bunch of shit, and I totally missed the memo. And I kind of got into that, but at the same time, I didn't totally see where that, how that fit in right off the bat.
Yeah.
But just growing up in an urban environment, eventually it just steered me more towards hardcore, just because.
Yeah.
I think it was just more relatable. It was, the lyrics were about real life issues, and not
totally.
Not
you were always a hip hop head though. Still though, we always like connected on hip hop for sure. Yeah. Especially we got to live in New York in that time too, and it was so.
Yeah,
dude,
that was the best hip hop ever. I mean,
ever.
Hip hop is to me.
Yeah, and going to those clubs and just hear it in the streets and people in the cars and just like it was the best time in the '90s to be part of that, and the hardcore scene too, for sure. You know, like I feel like it connected. It connected in its own way. But you were never like were you ever a straight edge kid when you were younger? No.
You know, I was for a second.
You were?
Yeah, I was.
What years?
It just wasn't for me.
Yeah.
Probably like 87.
Nice. Yeah.
The prime of it, you know.
Yeah.
A year went by. Me and this other guy broke up with our girlfriends, and we got a 12-pack and went behind the building and got sloshed.
Oh shit!
Whatever.
That's amazing, dude.
It just wasn't my thing.
Totally.
But throughout the years, hey, I've somehow been magnetized to lots of straight edge people throughout the years.
For sure, man. Yeah.
Common interests, music, and life in general has steered across my paths with many great straight edge people. For sure.
Adam said too, like when he was a kid, he would love getting drunk and like listening to Youth of Today and Gorilla Biscuits. Like it was the shit. Like he loved the music. It wasn't just about, you know, he had to be straight edge. He loved that shit so much, you know.
Yeah,
it's great music.
I've always been a partier or whatever.
Yeah.
I think one of the funniest things I've noticed over the years of when I was playing music was, Shelter took out Zero Tolerance on tour too.
Wow.
And we did a couple little short tri-state things with them with I think Burn and Orange 9mm.
Yeah.
And I just every time I would show up to the first show where these guys would be, I'd see the look on their faces like, oh my God, this fucking guy is in the band again.
Oh shit. I love that.
Guy's in the band.
Oh my God. That's fucking funny. And wasn't the singer from Zero Tolerance kind of Krishna conscious too, right?
Yes, he was. He
was
a devotee at one point, and he was very much into it.
And what is that guy doing now, you think?
He is, I want to say, in Arizona, and we speak loosely here and there on social media.
Yeah.
I want to say he is a border patrol agent.
Oh, wow.
Or some sort of law enforcement agent.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah. So, but he's doing good. He's got a family and stuff who's real involved in sports and traveling with that, and he was always real into sports as well. So
yeah,
I know he's loving that and loves traveling around doing that with his kids.
That's awesome. Do you feel like that you've instilled some of the values that you got from being a punk rock kid or hardcore kid into being a father? That translates.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. I mean, you can't. To me, I wouldn't even know how to differentiate the two.
Yeah, I guess
from each other. I mean, it's like you being in the hardcore scene is such a community, and that's valued so highly in that community. Is the family and
respect and unity.
Friends,
and individuality. Yeah.
I mean, countless songs of whether it's helping your friends out to rat packing someone,
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally all about, going all the way for your brother,
100%.
Or sister.
And just like standing up for yourself, being individual, all that stuff, fighting against racism, all that stuff that we learned about through that. I feel like we got more of an education in the scene that we did if we went to college. I feel like we learned so much from just the bands and the music and the lyrics and.
Yeah, I mean, the late '80s, mid '80s were crazy. At least up in Buffalo, as far as like racism and white power skinheads and stuff like that. I mean, the scene was infested with that.
Yeah, I
think visible and very confrontational.
Yeah, I think I was actually there in a riot. Was sick of it all. As it was a road, it was like infamous something happened in Syracuse. It was up.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
It was crazy with helicopters and police and like it was like a huge thing broke off and it was just Yeah, there was so many Nazis there. It was so weird.
Outside
It's such
of the River Rock.
Yeah, it's such a weird place up there to like be so close to New York. Well, not really, but still. When you think of New York, you don't think about the whole state. Sometimes you forget there's like up in those woods, this country, there's all this shit. You always say just New York City, but like, yeah, man, this shit's fucking. That was crazy. I remember that back then.
That venue is in one of the sketchiest neighborhoods of, well, maybe not so much anymore in Buffalo, but it was a sketchy, like some serious white trash going on over there. And I remember that riot vividly. It started off just a couple guys, and then it turned into things at Big John, who was the bouncer at the time.
Yeah,
and
I was sick of it all show.
And then it just went off from there.
Dude, so I was gonna ask you about after that. Oh, do you pick up the bass from time to time and jam out on shit, or?
Yeah, I do. I got a little acoustic too. Me and my daughter jam out. And, get down here and there. I'm trying to convince her to start making some music with me, so hopefully she can.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. She loves music.
It's so
too.
easy now, I mean, with all these like apps and GarageBand on your phone and stuff, is like there's really no excuse not to do anything like that with your kid or whoever.
I know, it's super super easy to like be. I'm recording right now on this thing called a Focusrite. I guess you can use you can record music on here. I do it through GarageBand. It's like I'm learning as I go along, but it's super awesome. And Jamie Jossett has sent me this Focusrite in the mail. He's like, "You doing a podcast? You need one of these?" He sent it to me. It was super nice. But yeah, man. So we have a lot of memories together. Like those first shows were awesome. That was nerve wracking. It was exciting. The Limelight shows were Rancid, Lunatics, that Boston's tour, the freaking Shelter tour. So many great memories. And back then it was cool.
Yeah, Europe tour too.
That's right.
Forget that one.
Who were we with on that one?
Forget the Civ and Sick of It All.
Oh my God! Like the 6-week tour. That shit was crazy.
And then every weekend we'd meet up in a big city or fest with Crown of Thorns.
That's right, dude. That's so cool to be traveling back then and like not really having phones and then running into your friends in different countries. Shit was amazing, dude.
Amazing.
Dude, you're right. That was so much fun.
I lived for those because then I had some smoking buddies.
Yeah, Hoya Rock. That's right.
With Hoya.
Oh my God, that's right. You like only smoke. Yo, his name. Just so you know, Eric Rice's name was Smokey. That motherfucker could smoke, man. Oh my God, dude. You remember we lived in Jersey? I know. Remember we lived in Jersey City in the Jersey City house? Oh my God. Or John Mark lived there. Huh? Oh my God, dude. Dude, we paid like $1,000 for a house. That shit's probably so much money now. I can't even imagine. Yeah, then John.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It's probably all. I doubt it's the same neighborhood though. You're paying for.
Yeah.
Who knows what that neighborhood is now?
And then,
I haven't been there in years.
And then John Mark, who lived there, he's in Stone Sour now and still playing music.
Yeah, he's blowing up.
Dude, got crazy sideburns. He changed his name to like Johnny Chow or something, or.
Yeah,
it's all.
He just opened a huge restaurant bar in Buffalo called H2o Chow's.
No way, dude.
Awesome.
That's fucking awesome. Wow.
When you pass through there, you have to get. He'll bring you through there.
Okay.
It's like a video game bar, and they have what looks like awesome food. I haven't gotten.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yet,
because
that guy, next time I'm there.
That guy's been grinding with music for such a long time. It was so awesome to see. He was in Stone Sour, and like my brother just played some shows with him in Europe. Yeah, dude, he's fucking great musician, great person, and that's really awesome. Because Todd Morse was just we played some shows with him. Fucking wild, man.
He definitely toughed it out for the long haul and made it work.
So he's still in Buffalo. That's pretty amazing. He has a restaurant. That's fucking. It's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, he was in California. He was in LA for
That's
a while.
Right.
But I think it just made more financial sense for him to, relocate his family and stuff to there and save the money he was making.
Oh, hell yeah!
Place he's got.
Yeah.
Instead of just blowing it. On living.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It gets expensive for sure. That's great. I'm stoked for him too. It's pretty wild how everybody's just. It's cool, man. I'm psyched for all my friends. Everybody's doing good things because who knew it was going to happen back then and where we're going to end up. So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I definitely. You could see where a lot of people would have fallen astray that have done very well.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, and we're all still connected and we're growing old together in a sense. It's pretty amazing. But
yeah.
all right. Well, I think that's good. I think we touched on a lot of shit here. I'm really stoked that you were part of H2O's beginnings and the branches of the tree and all that shit, man. It was so much fun. We had crazy time on tour. It was wild. Dude, you remember? I think you remember. Shit, I don't know. Fuck, man.
I'm thinking about Manchester.
Oh yeah, and we had to fight with the security with
bringing up all these riots.
Yeah, and that's gonna be good to have Sick of It All on. But we came running outside at this festival or some show, and they were bootlegging Scratch the Surface shirts, and we came running out. It was me, you, Craig, I don't know who else, Rusty, and I think you had a pipe or something. I don't know what happened, but do you have a pipe or something, Eric? Or no?
I had a jar of mayonnaise.
I thought I had the mayonnaise.
No, I had the mayonnaise.
Really?
You had something else.
Oh my god! I thought
you had the silver cheese platter.
Oh yeah, I thought I had the mayonnaise. Holy shit! And we came outside to basically step to these bootleggers, and there was so many of them, dude. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And we just came out.
I got caught out there for a second, yeah. And then when I ran back up, I guess Craig didn't realize it was me. I think he thought I was another attacker, and he just wrecked me.
With a pipe or something?
With that pipe, yeah.
Yeah, that's right,
right
dude.
The whole center of my torso.
Oh my god, dude. And then that night we found it was they were like, oh, you fucked with the Manchester locals, and they were throwing kegs at our bus. Remember that? And they wrote shit on the side of our bus, and we thought they'd come to the next show. All over bootleg T-shirts. It's fucking crazy, man. Because I feel like back.
Yeah, I remember there was bomb threats at the following show. We had cordon off I remember we cut down a bunch of barbed wire and made
a fort.
Made a walkway that we could retreat down.
Holy
and
shit!
Had rocks and bricks all the way back and different weapons we could fall back upon.
Oh my god, that shit was crazy because we never really experienced bootleggers before. We're fresh, just going to Europe, kind of first tour, and people bootlegging your merchandise. It was crazy, man.
I still have one of those shirts.
You do?
Shirt,
dude,
shirt.
You gotta send me a picture of it, dude. I'm gonna post it. It's
the tour, it's the tour of '95, but it's all shows and dates in cities we never played. It has us going to Russia and Prague,
Holy shit! Really?
Yeah.
Wow,
really
that was
cool shirt,
dude. Just think about being on tour for 6 weeks right now. It's gives me anxiety. But back then it was awesome. We really no responsibilities. We just jumped in the bus and went.
Yeah,
it was fucking awesome.
Dude, it was vacation, man.
Yeah,
life, man.
Yeah.
Life was rough back then for a minute because playing music, it's you couldn't keep a normal job.
No, you can't.
Tour and do all that. And,
no, a lot of sacrifices.
And living in New York, whew, that ain't cheap.
It's not cheap. So that was a great getaway, man. That was pretty amazing, man. That was insane. We used to smash all kinds of shit. And remember back then we had no phones. They had no phones, so we would go into the venues and we would use their dial. We'd use their the phone, and we call home from there. And then we're oh shit. Home. Then we get in trouble from a booking agent. You guys are running up bills in different countries and different fucking venues. Oh my god, dude!
In the U.S., I had the little phone dialer.
Yeah, we get those from Radio Shack, and you
mimic the sound of the quarter going down the payphone.
That was the shit back then. That was a lifesaver.
Technology.
Yeah, they would somehow rig it so it sounded like quarters. I remember using it sometimes, and sometimes the operator goes, "Excuse me, sir, can you use real money?"
You did it too fast.
Yeah.
You did it faster than any human could drop a quarter in there, dude. You gotta slow it down.
And then they'd be then I'd be like, "Oh my gosh, shit, they're tracking this fucking phone." That was crazy, man. Way before fucking the iPhone and the FaceTime and all the shit we have now and Skype and all that shit. It's so different now. So different.
Crazy. It is crazy.
Life is crazy. Our kids will never know life without social media and phones. We were outside, we were building shit, we were breaking shit, skating, just hanging in the streets with boom boxes.
If people were videoing all this shit we did, woo,
oh my god,
we'd probably all be in jail right now.
It was crazy back then. Imagine phones back then. Holy shit, dude. We witnessed so much crazy shit all around the world, dude. It's fucking wild, man.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Well, I want to end with this story. You had a great story that the other day you commented on a post that I made about me getting out of cab, and me and Mood both saw it. We're and we didn't remember the story, but you had this amazing story because you knew me and Moon back then. So hang on one second. All right, hang on.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so can you tell me that story you told me, because you literally texted it to me and I started reading it to Moon and I started crying walking to the doctors. It was amazing.
Well, I wasn't trying to make you cry, but
No, I know.
you got emotional about it.
Dude.
It was a good story, and you know, I was surprised you didn't remember it, but then again, when you're in the moment, I don't think you realize sometimes like how much a moment weighs sometimes. And
yeah,
we were riding in a cab coming from someone.
MCA Records. MCA Records.
Was it MCA?
No,
okay.
or Hans or something. Yeah, we got a bunch of free CDs. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, we were. I think we were heading down to Generation Records or something.
Yeah.
But we were pretty far. Yeah, we don't need to go into details about that.
Word.
But yeah, we were uptown by Central Park or somewhere by there, and I remember we were passing through. I forget the name of the little roundabout or square. It's 59th Street and Broadway.
Yeah, Columbus Circle, maybe.
Yeah, Columbus, exactly.
Okay.
Columbus Circle. So we're going around the roundabout, and we see Moon sitting on the curb, and just seemed totally out of place.
Yeah.
We didn't know what she was doing up there or whatnot, and but clearly, you guys had a lot of history and were hanging out. And,
yeah.
And friends and stuff, and just I don't know. To me, and I think everyone else in the whole scene, it was really obvious that you guys were really into each other.
Yeah.
But I think to you guys, maybe it wasn't so obvious. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or maybe no one was wanting to push it, or
yeah.
But Moon was about to get married to another guy.
Yeah.
I forget that guy's name.
Mike Rankwood. Mike Rankwood is a pro snowboarder. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I want to say she was getting ready to fly out, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact details, but we were just driving past, and you were like, "Oh, there's Moon," and I was like, "Dude, go get out of the car, dude. You got to go get her." And you were like, "Really?" We were stuck at a red light. I was like, "Dude," "you guys love each other. Like, who are we kidding? It's so obvious. Like, go get your lady, dude. What are you doing?"
Wow.
And you did. You jumped out of the car, and you went over there, and you guys hugged each other, kissed, and I witnessed that via the rear view of the cab, and then you guys lived happily ever after.
That's amazing, man.
Pretty awesome, yeah.
It's just those moments, those like small little moments in life, I guess, that like I could have lost that connect right there. I could have just not ever said something, or it was too late, or you know what I mean?
I mean, I'm sure you guys would have ran into each other again, but I'm pretty sure she was going to fly out to go meet dude
Seattle.
To get married.
Yeah. Wow, man. That's fucking crazy. And it's crazy. It was just so randomly we saw her in a cab in Manhattan, one of the biggest cities in the world, and we see her like, fuck, man. I
don't. Sometimes I don't like the idea of destiny because it makes you feel like you're out of control. But then you have a moment like that will throw that all out the window and make you a believer in destiny.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for encouraging me that day to go fucking go to my lady and fucking let her know that I love her and that, you know what I mean? That's amazing. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm really glad that like it didn't turn into some volatile relationship, because then I would have felt really bad and responsible.
No, it fucking worked out perfectly, man. Fucking, it's amazing. Life is. I'm very lucky. So that's awesome. We had that moment together with you in the cab, and we were coming from and seeing her. That's a moment in time that could have changed everything if I didn't. You know,
well,
who knows?
I know why I was there, so I could remind you all these years later.
Yeah. No, totally, man. Fuck, man. That story really, really choked me up the other day, man. It really did. I just, because we were confused.
It's a good one, man.
Yeah.
It's like, it literally, like, that was like, it was now or that never. And
yeah. Should have get off the pot. Yeah.
You made it happen, dude.
Yeah. Fuck, man. Well, Eric Rice, I appreciate you. I appreciate my life. I'm happy you're doing great. You have your daughter. You're fucking tattooing. Every time I see you, it's fucking awesome. And even though we don't live near each other, we're still connected, and we have a lot of history together. And I appreciate you being part of my life. You know.
Me too, man.
And hopefully, I'll see you sooner than later.
Yeah, hopefully, get out here, man.
I will, brother. And I appreciate.
Come on out to Southern Star Tattoo. Come get tatted up.
Yeah, go see him. Yeah, man. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time today too.
Always, brother.
All right, now I'll talk to you soon. I'll talk to you in the real world when I get off this this recording.
All right, dog.
Love you, brother. Peace.
All right, love you, brother. Peace.
Bye. Yo, Matty boy, I got you on the phone today because your name came up a lot in the H2o podcast today. One, because you're one of the original members of H2o, and two, Mark Holloway, our tour manager, had a great story about you. I guess you were driving across country in the van with him, and he was playing like all this hardcore and punk stuff, and you were like, yo, you don't have to listen to all that. We listen to it all the time. He's like, you listen to like Billy Joel and Fleetwood Mac, and started naming all these bands that Mark had grown up loving, but thought he had to like, just because he got into punk, he thought it wasn't cool to listen to us anymore. And like, actually, Mark Holloway's first concert was a Billy Joel concert. And he said that you saying to that hymn stuck with him his entire life. This one conversation with you in the van actually changed his life to like not be afraid to listen to what he likes to listen to. And he didn't have to listen to hardcore all the time. Yeah, like he talked about you so much on his interview. It was amazing. Do you remember that time? You remember that moment or not?
Yeah, of course.
Where were you guys driving to? Do you remember?
San Francisco.
Wow. Okay. From where?
That was a famous trip when I got dropped off on the street corner with all my luggage.
Oh, because you were moving there. That's right.
Yeah.
Wow. So how many shows did you play with H2o? You played our first show.
2 shows.
And then
2 shows.
the second show at the Limelight.
Yes.
And did you have a 6-string?
Did I what?
You have a 6-string guitar?
I didn't have a guitar. Your brother Todd would lend me his for the shows.
Wow. Okay.
I didn't have one or an amp.
But I feel like you came on tour because I seen pictures of like me, you, and Isaac in the back of like a red van, like laying on mattresses.
Well,
or something.
I went out just on like some runs here and there with the band for fun.
Yeah.
But the band was way up and running at that point.
Yeah. But what tours did you go on with us? Was this like weekend things or like tri-state area stuff?
Yeah, they weren't big tours. They were like, like little runs.
Yeah. That's awesome. And then
Northeast run.
Yeah. So how did you? I know you grew up in the upstate. Like, how did you end up in the scene? Like, what do you think it was for you?
First of all, it's not upstate. It's Westchester. Okay. Learn your geography a little better.
So you were Westchester. So how did you end up in the city? Like,
hey, I was also born in Manhattan. I was born in the same hospital as Mackie and Isaac, just so you know.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, dude.
Holy shit, that's awesome. I didn't know that. So how did you end up in the city, like going to shows and stuff? Did you have brothers and sisters or anything, or no?
No, nobody, man. I discovered it all on my own. Came down to the city by myself. Went to shows by myself.
Mm-hmm.
Ventured down.
How'd you find out about it? Like the scene, like that kind of music?
I don't even know. It's just nature. I guess it just was pulled to it.
Yeah, but were people in your high school into that type of music or no?
No, it's all metalheads and Guidos.
Wow.
And jocks.
And so, did you play any instruments when you were in high school?
Of course, yeah, guitar.
Yeah.
Nothing serious, but yeah.
Yeah, and so, what kind of music when you're learning guitar? Was there a certain type of music you were learning it because of? Was it rock at first, or just got into punk?
Metal.
Okay. And then you discovered hardcore, and that kind of changed your life and ruined your life, and also made your life better.
Of course.
So now that you're like a grown adult and you're thriving, doing great as a real estate person in Brooklyn, right?
What's that?
Are you?
Brooklyn. Yes.
Yeah. So like, how do you feel that all those times and those memories and everything, experiences, road trips, playing the 2 shows, just playing music in general, how it affected your life in a good way?
Oof. How?
I mean, is all those, obviously there's memories and time you live, but is there stuff that you got from being a hardcore kid, like some values and stuff that you learned that stick with you in your adult life?
Of course, man. Of course. You take it everywhere with you.
Yeah.
It's in everything you do,
Yeah.
It's in the hustle and how you work.
Yeah. And you learn that from just actually kind of being on your own and going to shows from Westchester by yourself, going into the big city, going to these kind of scary fucking punk shows back then too, on your own too.
Yeah.
And then when did you meet like us or meet like Isaac or meet like the people?
Early 90s.
Just from hanging out?
Just hanging out at shows.
Yeah.
You know, seeing the same faces.
Over and over again.
The shows weren't that big back then. It wasn't millions of people. It was only so many people.
Yeah, same heads every week, yeah.
Yeah. And everybody went to every show.
Yeah.
So you would start to see the same faces every week.
And then after the H2o shows, did you play with Scarhead too or Crown of Thorns after that?
No. I played with Crown of Thorns.
Okay. For how long after that?
I don't remember.
And then how long?
I did 2 tours. One States tour with Earth Crisis and Downset.
Wow.
In Japan.
Sick. That's awesome. Did you feel like back then that you wanted to be a musician or you just kind of having fun and you were young and just experimenting?
I was just having fun.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. You're such a great interview. You're so chill. I love you, Matty. Yo, I love so basically we're talking to the original guitar player in H2o right here, ladies and gentlemen, Matty Walenta. Not many people know that. He played in the first two shows with us, and those are great shows. The Queen show is insane.
I'm the Pete Best of H2o.
Yeah.
You know who Pete Best is?
The what?
You know who Pete Best is?
No.
Of course not. That's why the joke's funny. The original drummer of the Beatles that nobody really knows.
Oh shit! Wow, that's who you are then. Shit.
Yeah.
And that was a crazy first show in Queens. Like a huge fucking fight broke out. We're running through the streets, through neighborhoods. It was insane. I don't even know if Murphy's Law got to play. It was after our set. And then the second show was with I think Marauder and Cro-Mags at Limelight, and that was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. And now you're in New York still. You're a New York native.
I am.
You went to California for a while and came back. Wasn't your
About
thing?
a year, just under a year.
Yeah, it wasn't your thing. But you see yourself in New York the rest of your life at this point, huh?
Who knows? We'll see.
Are you sick of the winter?
I get sick of it, yeah. But I like outdoor shit, and you know, I don't like the heat too much.
Yeah.
And I like season change.
Yeah, and you still fishing a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
man.
as much as I was, but.
Yeah, I could post some pictures. You can send me some. Matty Boy is an ill fish. He goes out in these fucking big ass boats far off into the ocean, catching gigantic fish. It's crazy. And him and Freddie took Maximus to go fishing for his first time in New York somewhere. Where was it at? You remember?
That was at Prospect Park.
Yeah. Uncle Freddie and Matty took him to go catch fish. That was pretty amazing. All right, Matty, this has been a great talk. I love you. I appreciate you. I love that. I love that you played the first two.
Bud.
I love that you played the first two H2o shows. You've always been supportive of our band ever since. Every time we come to New York, come to shows. How is it for you, like, to see your friends, a lot of your friends still in bands touring? It's crazy, right?
It's great, yeah. It's the ones that are making money and enjoying it.
Yeah, totally.
Or one or the other.
Yeah, totally. It's got to be both. Or not. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's true. Good point. Yeah, man, it's crazy because we all came from this little scene, and I didn't really have a band. I was a roadie back then, and we were just kind of talking about. Who knew? Yeah. Nobody knew.
Not me. I never saw it coming.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. But yeah, Matty, thank you for your time. I know you're a busy man. I know you're killing it right now in New York. It must be crazy, like.
Not a problem.
It must be crazy, like seeing how it is in Brooklyn now with how much things cost. Because back in the day, it was like
crazy.
Yeah, it was nobody even lived in Brooklyn. It was like sketchy to go to certain parts of Brooklyn.
Now nothing's under $1 million. Nothing.
And what's like the most expensive part of Brooklyn? I guess Waynesburg, right?
Yeah.
But you sell properties all throughout the whole borough of Brooklyn, or just
anywhere? I mean, I could do the whole state. I'm licensed for the whole state.
Oh, cool, awesome. But lots of people are buying in Brooklyn more than anything, then, right?
Yeah.
And is it true that the rents went down in Manhattan because everybody moved to Brooklyn? Is that true or no?
Yeah. Manhattan is losing business to Brooklyn.
Wow.
So they're getting competitive now.
Wow. I feel like Queens, maybe Long Island City, but is Queens still kind of like untouched in a sense that people are actually migrating to Queens? It's too far. Yeah.
It's not that it's so far. It just doesn't have the culture of Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you can still get some good properties probably in Queens for a decent price.
Yeah. I mean, decent for New York. It's still expensive.
Yeah.
Nothing's cheap in New York. Nothing.
Right? Could you get a house for under $1 million at least in Queens?
Yeah.
Like a nice house, maybe like 500,000 to 800,000, probably. Who knows?
I don't know about 5.
Damn, that's pushing it. And what made you get into the real estate?
I was just trying a million different things at once.
Yeah.
I did not even expect it to work.
Mm-hmm. And then how long did it take you to get your
know,
license for that? It takes a while?
A couple of weeks.
Okay. Awesome.
License is a joke.
Damn. And was it pretty stressful when you went out there first time doing that shit, trying to hustle and like sell a house?
Of course. I didn't even know how to use a computer.
Wow.
I was on the hardcore scene. I don't know what I was doing.
Holy shit. And now you love it? And it's like,
I don't love it, but it's good.
Yeah. Do you like thrive off? Do you get like get energy off like if you sell something that's like a huge buzz, that's like a huge thing?
Of course.
Or are you like kind of used to it now?
No, you get a rush. When you
Yeah.
make a big commission, it's a rush.
Damn. I'm awesome. That's awesome. I'm proud of you, dude. I'm happy for you, man. I'm psyched. When I saw that and I saw your business card and saw you doing that, I was like, holy shit, man. Now many people.
See the sign I sent you?
Yeah, dude.
The sign?
Yeah, it's awesome. And not many people really live in New York anymore that we grew up hanging out with and shit too. So it's great to see
Not
people
too many, man.
like natives out there. You, John Joseph, Mackie, live out there still. Like in the state of New York. Mitz lives in Long Island. Like a lot of our friends. Other than that, I can't really. Oh yeah, Stigma lives out there still, but a lot of people move
Just a few, and most are gone in one sense or another.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, man, I appreciate your time, and it's probably the first interview you've ever done, probably in a long time.
First interview, yeah.
I mean, in a long time, right?
Yeah.
I don't think nobody even knows that Matty Walenta exists. Matty Boy, first H2o shows. It's exciting to have you on the phone. Kids are going to be psyched to hear this because original, man. OG. All right, Matty Boy, thank you for your time, and I'll talk to you in real life soon.
All right.
All right, brother. Peace. Bye. We got Vaughn Lewis here, ladies and gentlemen. Vaughn Lewis, your name came up in our H2o podcast today, and obviously Todd Friend wasn't there to tell us the timelines because he's incredible with timelines, as you know, Todd Friend.
Yep.
So, kind of like how you can break it down. I mean, I remember you were a photographer, and you were at our shows, and that's how we met originally.
Yeah, I mean, I started as a hobby, bringing my camera to shows and taking photos, and I forget when we first met, but it probably, I imagine that maybe I took a bunch of photos and I had some, and maybe you saw me, or maybe I came up to you and said, hey, here are some photos, because at some point it was a hobby, and I just started giving them away, and I got to know, a lot of people around the New York scene, but then there was like a handful of people that I became close to, and you were definitely very early on one of those people.
And so how soon after we met did you start coming on the road with us? Do you remember what year that was?
Well, I came on the road with you, it was June of 96. We were probably friends for a good year at that point.
Yeah.
We all used to kind of run around the Lower East Side, and, we had very similar musical tastes.
Yes. Hip-hop and hardcore, everything, man. Yeah.
Exactly. So, I'm going to say that we knew each other for a good year. I mean, I remember going to your house.
Yeah.
And I think I bought, I mean, definitely one of the first, if not the first copy of the first album, because I think I went to your house the day you got them in.
Wow.
And the Blackout record, and I bought one from you. And then I remember for my first quote unquote road trip with H2o was when you guys were playing with the Mighty Mighty Ballstones and Fairleigh Dickinson in New Jersey. I guess that would have been, maybe early '96.
Wow. Okay.
And we met on the Lower East Side, and we went in the school bus.
The school bus meeting. The school bus. We had this Black Train Jack minibus, ladies and gentlemen. It was a short bus that Rob Black Train Jack, Rob Vitale. Shout out to Rob Vitale. He owned this little minibus that Black Train Jack would tour in, and we got to use that a couple times. It was awesome. I think it was blue, wasn't it? Yeah, it was blue.
Yes, I think it was.
So that was on the cycle of the cycle of the first album, correct? Yes, 96.
Yes. Yes, I think it had just come out, and so that was my first road trip. I mean, I think we were hanging out one night, and you're like, "Hey, we're going to Jersey. We got room if you want to hop in." And so I hopped in. I think it was myself, Kenny, Bill Wilson was with us. The first time I met him. Your friend Angel.
Yeah. Who's now a New York police officer. Now he's NYPD. Yes. What up, Angel? Yes. Crazy, man.
Yeah, and then we did a couple. I did a couple of other road trips. I think I took the train out once and met you guys in Philly. With I think it was Shelter and Downset maybe.
Yeah, that was a great tour.
And I rode back to the city with you guys.
Were you taking pictures back then too, or just hanging?
Yeah, no, I was the whole time. I would take pictures.
So Vaughn, where are these pictures? I need to see all these pictures. You probably have so many photos, man.
You probably have all of them, but I still have them. I still have them all. I still got my negatives. I could definitely find them.
Can we ever see a strong management photo gallery someday?
If I ever have time. My problem is time. Everyone tells me I should do that, and I can't even begin to imagine finding the time to do that.
That's the same thing with BJ Papa. She has all these negatives. People want to do it too, but it's such a real tedious, long process.
Well, and she also has way more than I do. She's, I was heavy in it for about 2 or 3 years. She was heavy in it for a very
20
long
years,
time.
Yeah. When did you start going from that to managing us? That was around into
yeah. It's funny because I tell this story to people all the time. I tell it to people ask me how I got started, bands that I work with ask me how I got started. So I was working at an investment banking job, which was a complete accident. If you know me, it wasn't what I wanted to do, but I kind of just, it was a temp job. It turned into a real job. So I was on my last investment banking job, and it was like a 90-day trial period for this job. And after 90 days, I don't even know if you know this story. After 90 days, they basically give me a review, and then they tell me, and then they give me like a raise. Okay. So at some point, you and Moon, your wife, you guys were moving, and I forget, you're moving from one part of the Lower East Side to the other part of the Lower East Side.
Yeah, I remember that,
I forget. And Kenny and I were helping you move, and you guys were looking for someone to sell merch on, that tour you were going on. It was Murphy's Law tour.
Yeah, 97. Yeah, 96, yeah.
And 96. It was definitely 96. And at one point you were just like, hey, we're looking for somebody to sell merch. You should come out with us. And I thought about it, and it seemed like it seemed crazy initially. And I said to myself, I'll quit this job. I'll see the country. I might never have the chance to see the entire United States. And it was just all going through my head. And I'm thinking maybe it might be a good idea. And I remember looking over at Kenny, and he looked at me because he knew. And Kenny is, co-owner of Strong now. He was in law school at that time. And he knew how miserable I was at my job. Yeah. And he's like, you should do it, So I did it, and the funniest part about that story is about the job that I was in. I kept procrastinating quitting because I had to quit, and they called me in about 5 days early to give me my 90-day review.
Oh shit!
And I was thinking I had extra time. I had a few days, and he called me in early. He's like, "We're going to give you your review," and I'm like, "Well, before you give me my review, I quit." And,
oh my god! I didn't know this shit.
And he still gave me my review, and they were gonna give me like a really ridiculous raise.
Oh, Vaughn!
But at that point, my mind was already made up. It wasn't even a choice. My mind was already made up. is what I wanted to do, and I did it.
How long was that? How long was that Murphy's Law tour for? How long was that? That was a crazy tour.
It started like the very end of June, July, and it ended. I don't know why I remember these dates like this. It ended on September 8th.
Okay.
It ended. It was an SOU
radio show,
anniversary show.
Assumption.
You know what? It started the end of June into July, so it was about 6 weeks.
Wow, in a van.
Is that right?
Yeah. Was Isaac with us too? Who else was on the tour with us?
Isaac and I were the only roadies.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the two of us.
That was such a crazy tour, man. It was so fun.
And I'd known him already, but I didn't know him well. Obviously, I really got to know him well on that.
Yeah, for sure.
On that run.
Dude, that is crazy. That was such a crazy tour. I mean, the hurricane, the power outage, Rat Bones on tour with us.
Yep.
Wow.
So I started out as the merch guy, and I don't know if you remember all of this. So I think the first show I did, it was before we left to go on the road for good. But one of the first shows was at the Stone Pony.
Okay.
And we showed up like 2 hours after doors.
Typical H2o style, yeah.
Typical H2o. So I'm sitting there putting up T-shirts. I never sold merch before in my life. And I'm hanging up these T-shirts, and these kids are, like a wall of kids are standing there looking at me, like their arms folded, like pissed off. And I was like so nervous because, they're waiting for me to get ready. And I remember coming to you guys like, hey, we should try and get to the venue, like well before doors so I can get set up.
It just makes sense.
And then we did another show, and I'm not going to tell the full story of what went on, but we did another show in Moosic, Pennsylvania at CC's, and we couldn't get a hotel room because there was some massive convention that would go on in Moosic, and there was literally no convention, no hotels.
Okay.
So Murphy's Law told us that we could share the hotel room.
Oh my God.
And so there was about, I think there were 7 of us, 8 of them, and then maybe another 10 people that were, that had just kind of come for the ride, all in one hotel room.
Are you serious, dude?
Yeah.
We all slept on the floor?
Well, I'm not, basically. Well, I actually left because I'm a bad sleeper. Like, I'm a very light sleeper. So I went, and I went into the van by myself. It was like 90 degrees.
Dude.
And then the next day, I'm like, maybe we can call ahead of time and reserve a hotel. And, maybe the venue has to deal with the hotel. And I had no idea that was like, a dancing or show or,
Yeah.
So then I became the backdoor tour manager without even realizing that that's what I was doing.
Like, maybe we should get to before the doors open and set the merch up. That makes sense. Maybe you should call in advance to book a hotel when you're on tour. That makes sense.
So before I know it, I was the tour manager and merch person. And then how I became the manager, and this is something that I think Todd Friend doesn't get enough credit for.
Oh, shit.
Because at some point on the tour, you guys had a manager, and you guys had a good manager, but the manager had another band that was like blowing up right at the same time.
Okay.
And it was difficult. You guys probably weren't getting the right attention, and stuff was coming up, and I would offer some advice. And Todd Friend, I remember once saying to me, you should manage the band.
Oh,
and I
shit.
remember laughing at him. Saying, you're crazy. Like, I don't know the first thing about managing a band. And then about a week later, you all turn to me and you're like, we're going to fire our manager. You're managing the band. And we stopped at a truck stop. And you guys had those dialers.
Yeah, the phone dialers. Yeah, the coin fake dialers.
Oh, yeah. You had one of those phone dialers. And
oh, my God. Dude.
You called your manager, fired the manager at the truck stop, and then you told me that I was managing the band.
How did you feel at that moment? Were you like, okay, fuck it, or just like, oh my God?
I time, I really had no idea what that meant.
Yeah.
So I didn't really know how to process it, but all this stuff started happening. Your lawyer at the time got a fax from Epitaph.
Yeah, Richard Grable. Or Dave Stein.
Richard Grable.
Yeah.
And you got these deal points from Epitaph. Epitaph wanted to sign the band.
MCA still wanted us at the time. At that moment,
yeah, MCA was interested at the time. And Blackout obviously was, there was an option to do another record with Blackout or do a record with Blackout through MCA.
Damn.
So I remember this is back in '96. Now there's no email. Richard Grable had to fax the deal. I had to give him a number. I had to find a venue that had a fax machine, and he faxed the deal to this venue. And
they faxed us a contract to the venue?
Yeah, it wasn't the full contract.
Yeah.
It was just deal points.
Yeah.
So I literally stood over the fax machine. I literally stood over the fax machine so I could pull it off. Like I called him. I'm like, okay, I'm here. And he faxed it, and I pulled it right off.
Wow.
And I remember looking at it, and again, something that you guys probably really wouldn't have known at the time, but Kenny Cornerstrong at the time was in law school, and he was doing all these legal internships, and he had access to all these record contracts.
Yeah.
So he would read them, and then when he was done with them, I would read them.
Okay.
So I kind of knew my way around a contract.
That's awesome.
So I get this contract, and I looked at it, and I made some notes on it, and then I actually faxed it to Kenny and had him add a couple of notes on it, and then I sent it back to Richard Grable, and then I remember Richard Grable, I think, called you and was like, "Where'd you find this guy? This guy seems to really know what he's doing."
Yeah, Vaughn.
And that was probably the first time that I got it in my head that maybe I could actually do this.
Yeah, because Richard Grable was big time, man, big time lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was the first time I said, well, maybe I have a career in this, which is funny to think about now, 22 years later. But I honestly think about this all the time.
Vaughn, we believed in you, bro. Like, we believed in you to do everything. Come on tour. Like, we didn't even question, like, do you want to do it? Do you know how to do it? Are you willing to learn? Do you want to try? Is this what you want to do? It's almost like you were put in these positions where, like, we were friends. We're like, hey, let's have Vaughn do it. We trust Vaughn. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking crazy.
No, you guys had unbelievable blind faith in me, and I didn't even, I honestly didn't even know that I could do it. I just knew that I was going to try, and I knew that I was going to do the best I can, and I always look back at that, and I tell, and honestly, almost every band that I manage or have managed over the years has heard this story.
Awesome, Vaughn.
Because it's a big part of how I got started and how I learned.
So we helped. Did we help name Strong Management? Was that me? Strong. We used to call you Strong. We used to call you Strong Vaughn. Strong Vaughn.
Well, it was Strong Vaughn, but then there was also you remember Strong Black Management?
Strong Black Management. Yes. Yes.
So you guys, we would be in the van. It'd be like 7 of us, and you guys would do these like fake blues songs where we would just kind of make fun of each other. And
oh wait! Is it? Was it? Yeah,
and whatever was going on in the band at the time would be the subject of the song. Like if somebody was fighting with each other,
Gotcha.
There
was a man named Vaughn. Oh, yes.
Can't they get along? Strong black man Vaughn. Trying to help them all get along, or something like that.
Oh shit! This is awesome.
So you were insistent that I had to name the company Strong Black Management.
Okay.
You were like, that's your name. That we've got it. That's the name. So I remember, I remember this. We did that whole tour, and the tour was nuts. I mean,
yeah.
We literally drove through the eye of a hurricane. There may have been a little bit of a riot in Cleveland.
Yeah.
We met with Brett Gurwitz out in L.A. And,
it was a whirlwind. Yes, I remember now.
It was a whirlwind. It felt like 10 tours in 6 weeks.
Yeah, for sure.
And I remember we got home, and I remember that Monday, the tour ended on a Sunday, and I remember that Monday came, and I got up in my house, and I remember thinking, like, do I really manage a band, or maybe that was just something that happened on tour? Like, I remember not really knowing, what was going on. And then, that day after the tour, no one spoke to each other. And then that Tuesday, I think your brother called me about something, and then you called me right after that, and then Rusty called me right after that. And I remember saying to myself, wow, I actually manage this band right now. Like, this
wow,
is real.
It's fucking awesome.
And that's when it really hit me.
Holy shit! And so, how many years now have you had your management company?
I mean, basically since then, 22 years.
That's fucking awesome, Vaughn, dude. Holy shit, man.
Which is insane. And to your guys' credit, for the rest of the year, that year, 96 going into 97, I toured with you guys. I went on the road with you guys. I sold merch. We went, we toured with Social Distortion, Degeneration.
Yo, you wore many different hats.
Yeah, we went to Europe for a day and came back because Todd Friend broke his hand.
Yeah, we told that story already. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god.
And my part of that story is great, but that'll be for another story.
Why? Just fucking tell it, man.
It was learning how to. I didn't know how to send the band to Europe.
Okay.
It was like negotiating buses, flights. One funny story I remember about this. The production company. This is going to be bad, but I don't think any of us do business with that company anyway. But there was the production company that did that tour gave us a bus rate.
Okay.
For I think the 6 of us to be on their bus.
Okay.
And I think their bus had 12 bunks, and they were 6 people, and we were 6 people, so the bus was going to be full.
Yeah.
The amount that they were charging us was some insane amount of money.
Okay.
We were going to do it. We were about to get signed.
Yeah.
So then, me.
It was a big tour. It was a big tour. We're opening for Doggy Dog in their prime.
Doggy Dog, who was massive.
Shout out to Doggy Dog. I love you guys.
It was a great opportunity.
Thanks for that opportunity.
Always love those guys.
Yeah.
And it was a great opportunity. So, in the meantime, I decided, let me just cold call these other bus companies and get some other rates. So I just start calling, other bus companies.
In Europe.
So I call this in Europe, not knowing anything about anything. So I call this one company, and I find an 18-bunk bus for about half the price.
Wow.
Of what this other company was charging us.
Yeah.
So I go back to them, and I say, instead of us splitting half of your bus for this insane amount of money, you guys could split half of our bus. We'd have 6 bunks left over.
Junk bunks.
And it'd be way more money. It'd be way less money for everybody. And they said no. And
damn.
The New Yorker to me just never really understood it. So, so I guess he told the story already. You guys are loading up in the city. Todd Friend breaks his hand. You guys come out to Queens. You pick me up. We leave the van in my driveway. We get on the plane. Todd's complaining about his hand. To Todd's credit, none of us are paying any attention to him. We're like, be quiet, be quiet. We get to London, and then we fly from London to Germany, and then the bus picks us up. We drive 3 hours. We're late as all hell.
Per usual.
Our friend who was tour managing Doggy Dog told us we couldn't play because we were too late.
Oh my God, I remember this shit, dude.
Sean, I remember this stuff like yesterday. Sean from Doggy Dog was like, fuck that, these guys got to play.
Love you, Sean.
So they put us on. They put us on, and needless to say, Todd couldn't play well. We send Todd off to the hospital. So now I'm in the bus by myself. You guys are all in the venue. I'm in the bus by myself, like depressed, because like I literally was up 24 hours straight, like kneeling down the bus, getting all this stuff done.
Busting your ass, dude. Yeah.
In like 3 days. This tour. I think the tour was offered to us the week before because somebody dropped off, and we confirmed it 3 days before. And so I was literally up 24 hours. So I'm like, oh, what if Todd can't play? And
damn, dude.
So I'm sitting in the bus by myself, and I'm talking to the bus driver, and I see the other bus in front of us, and I'm looking at it, and I was telling the bus driver, like, yeah, they were charging like some insane amount of money for that. And he's like, yeah, it doesn't really make any sense. So I got off the bus, and I go on to that other bus, and I ended up talking to the driver, and I asked him how much the bus was. And it was a nicer bus than our bus.
Yeah.
But it turns out that they were basically trying to get us to pay for the entire bus. They weren't splitting it. They were trying to get us to pay for the entire bus, which ended up being, twice, almost 3 times as much as what we were paying.
Wow.
And that was the first time I remember just being like, wow, this is, this could be a shady business, and you really gotta, and luckily, we didn't get ripped off, but we didn't get ripped off at the end of the day because we didn't have the money, so we took a cheaper option. If we had the money, we might have gotten ripped off. And I remember that was my lesson in. Like,
well, thank you for catching that and doing the research and saving us money. That's crazy. You were probably dealing with a label or an agent on the European end of that. You know what I mean? I doubt the band would know about that.
It was the company. Yeah. It wasn't the band. It was the company that was putting on the tour.
There are people.
That wasn't the band.
Those are boys. Yeah.
Those are our people. Yeah.
That's crazy, Vaughn. Thank you for catching that. And then after,
no problem.
And so you were with us for that, and then the signing to MCA.
We did Europe, and then we did Japan and Australia.
That was crazy. Were you with us at the first time we went to Japan, or was that the second time?
That was the first time.
It was fucking insane, Vaughn. Oh my god,
that was the first time.
Dude.
Yeah, that was insane.
The first time in Japan was
Australia.
Yeah.
And I got left behind. Remember that?
Where? When? Australia?
Yeah, so our promoter in Japan wasn't aware that there was a change in laws, and that visitors that were traveling, because basically with Japan and Australia, I didn't really have to work as much because I didn't have to sell merchandise.
Yep.
Although I think I did sell merch in Australia actually.
Yeah.
But in general, you don't have to do as much. Like,
yeah.
All the gear is rented. People sell the merch for you. All the deals are done.
Yeah.
It was really just kind of more hanging out. So I traveled, and just something. When you're a band.
Hey, Vaughn, stay right there. Pause. All right, 1 second, right, Vaughn? So you talk about you in Japan, right? And we were about to go to Australia or something. Then what happened?
Yeah, we're flying to Australia, and I guess they had just passed this new law that even if you were a tourist, you needed
work visa,
a special, not even a work visa, like a tourist visa.
Okay.
So you guys all had work visas, so you guys had your visas. I was traveling as a tourist because technically I wasn't really working.
Yeah.
But when we got to the airport, the promoter had never done the visa for me.
Shit.
And so I couldn't go. And this was another really funny dynamic with all of us at the time. Like, you guys didn't want to leave. You guys were like, oh no, then we'll go tomorrow too. We'll just wait till tomorrow. And we couldn't do that because it was much easier to change one flight than to change.
You're like your dad. You're like your dad. They were like, we're not going without Vaughn.
It was funny. Like it was weird because I felt.
You felt love. You felt the love though.
I felt it. Oh, I felt it.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, just go. I'll be there tomorrow. And I remember when you guys left, I felt all sad, and you guys were sad.
Oh shit.
It was like a whole thing.
So we did the Australia tour without you.
No. I flew in a day later.
Okay.
Even miss a show. Flew in. You guys got in, and you guys had a full day off.
Vaughn, was that our first? So you went with this H2o the first time we went to Australia and the first time we went to Japan.
Yep.
Fucking awesome, dude.
Crazy.
And that was touring on Thick in the Water, correct?
No. That was still the Blackout record.
Damn. Okay.
That was all still the Blackout record.
Wow.
I basically did most of the touring on the Blackout record.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
So were you there? Were you there when Eric Rice left, and then Todd Morse and Todd Friend came in?
I started touring with the band right when Adam Blake joined.
Okay, gotcha.
So obviously I knew Eric. When the first road trip I did with the band, Eric was in the band.
Yeah.
But and the first time I saw the band was before Todd and Todd were in the band.
Yeah.
But Eric was, but Todd and Todd were in the band before I started managing it. Like me and Adam, it was like our first thing together.
That was the first. You were at his first show at the PWAC when he played with us. We opened up for Madball.
Yep. I was there.
That was fucking awesome, man.
Yep.
So then
it was cool for me because it you guys basically have become my favorite band, and so I had gotten to just as a friend be around and watch all these things happen, different band members.
Yeah.
You guys make moves to kind of strengthen what the band was.
Yeah.
And then next thing I know, I was managing the band. So it was the whole thing was just it was nuts. It was cool.
And that's when we were coming up too. Like we started getting some good shows, some good tours, and And so
it's how I learned how to 22 years later, this is the only thing I've done. This is how I've made a living.
It's so crazy, dude, how your life could have went if you didn't take the Murphy's Law tour, you took that raise, you stayed there, but it was fate to come with us, and you took that chance, that one life, one chance. You took that chance and went with us. It's fucking crazy, man.
In life, you gotta know what you want to do, and you can't be afraid to take risks. And I learned that right out the gate.
It's fucking amazing. I mean, we've had. And the fact that we're still friends today is amazing because sometimes I talked to Hans about that, and Matt Wallace today. Sometimes mixing business and friendship does not work out. And definitely we had our ups and downs, all the shit with the business aspect of it. But we always remained friends, and we were friends before this shit. And that's what I really appreciate. And I appreciate you taking that sacrifice for us, you taking that chance with us, and believing in us, and us believing in you. And it's amazing that we're still a band playing, and you're still managing bands. It was very fucking. It's been very lucky, man. It's awesome, man.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Not even luck, dude. Not even luck. Hard work and focus. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
We all made it happen. We all put our heads down, and we made it happen together, and we made it happen on our own.
Yeah.
But it all started with this belief and really just everything you learn, coming up in the hardcore scene. I feel like we all were really about it, and we all really believed it, and it's kind of shown.
And we still live and we live it.
And we live it.
Yeah, it's like so after that tour, we came back, and then you were there to broker and be our manager when we signed Epitaph and all that shit. Did Thick in the Water and all that shit.
We did that deal, put that record out, and then obviously for me. And this is something I also gave you guys a lot of credit, but at some point for me, because I was around at that time in New York, and I was taking photos, and I got to meet all these other bands, and you guys were kind of the ones that I was always associated with, and the guys that took me out on the road, and the guys that hired me. But then the after effect of that was. All of these other people that looked at me as the photographer guy, suddenly, I'm managing a band, the band has a record deal, and, this weird thing happened where a lot of people wanted me to manage the bands. And at some point, for me, I came to this realization that, I think I'm becoming good at this, and I think I can do this, and I think I can make a career at this. And, I give you guys credit because you guys basically, we talked and you guys allowed me to come off the road and, and pick up other clients who, were basically, friends of yours that I, maybe I knew some of them beforehand, maybe I met some of them through you guys, but ultimately, it was the success I was having with you guys, which is what, had them pay me any attention. And
I remember you coming to us too, asking about it, because was it weird for you because we were like your friends and your brothers, and like you only managed us, and other people came in the mix. Did you feel weird, like, oh shit, they're gonna be bummed if I do this? Or I think
totally.
Yeah.
Totally. And you guys gave me your blessing.
Yeah. It was H2o, Murphy's Law, Crown of Thorns. You had one moment, right?
Fahrenheit 451.
Yes.
It was a crazy time.
Wow, man. and then after that, so we had Thick in the Water, and then that was we had some great tours with that, and you kind of stopped touring with us because you were managing that. You weren't really coming on the road with us that much. Yeah.
Exactly. I would fly out, I would always come out to the LA shows, and I'd always come out to one random show somewhere on the road. You guys flew me out to Dynamo one year. I went out to Dynamo.
Yeah. Awesome, man.
It's another thing I always tell a lot of bands that I work with, and it really did start with you guys. Like for me, even though I don't go, I'm not a touring person anymore. I love traveling and going to see my bands and my friends play, and because at the end of the day, that's really what it's about. It's about the connection that the band has with their audience, and
100%.
And if you're on the business side of it, you don't get to see that often.
Yeah.
And I always think that you need to see it as much as you can, because if you don't, you kind of forget from the business side of it. You forget what you're doing. You forget what you kind of lose sight of what the job is. And the job is to push bands and get them out in front of people and get people to react. And so I think I kind of get that from being on tour, and because no matter what was going on, and no matter what, the band's breaking down.
Yep.
The drummer's broken his hand.
Yeah.
whatever craziness is going on.
We always made shit happen, and it's all, And
when you go on stage, all that other negativity
goes away.
It's gone.
Goes away. We form like Voltron on stage. It's like sometimes being late and breakdown, sometimes it makes the show even better because you're so fucking hyped.
It fuels an energy that you can't put a price on. You can't,
and nobody would ever. Unless you're in a band, it's hard, or been around it, to understand that kind of energy and that kind of adrenaline and shit too. And shit, we broke down the Warped Tour. We all got on different people's buses. All that shit, man.
Yeah, and we drove. Remember, we drove. Me, Kenny, and Tim drove the van because I had the van in my driveway, and me, Kenny, and Tim drove the van up to Pittsburgh, I think.
Oh, is it Club Laga?
No, on Warped Tour.
Oh shit, Tim Bohr too?
Yeah, because that was when Tim was working with us for a minute, and the three of us drove out to Pittsburgh to drop off the van because the bus was broken down. You guys were in different buses. So
we were like the hobos of the tour. It was so fun. Shout out to Tim Bohr too, man. I'm gonna get him on here too. Tim Bohr booked us too. Was at one of our first shows with Colin McGinnis at a bar in Philly. There's like 5 people in there, and he was one of them.
That's crazy.
Fuck, dude.
With Colin, I didn't know that. That's crazy. That's
Colin was there, man. It's crazy.
That's insane.
So then we did Thicker, and then you were with us with Thicker, and then FTTW too, right?
No. We parted ways, I guess, basically right at the end of the Thick in the Water cycle.
Okay, gotcha.
I think we had some moments and we parted ways, but it was it's funny because it was actually only technically it was about a little, like maybe 2.5 years, and like I said,
it feels longer. It feels longer.
It feels longer. I mean, that first tour.
It felt like a year.
all the things that went on in that first tour felt like a year of experiences.
Yeah.
It was a pretty intense time.
But but the thing about, I talked about that with Hans and Matt Wallace too. We've always remained friends. Like, you're one of my closest friends, even though I don't live in the same coast anymore. But we were friends before and friends after, and all his experience made us even closer. The highs, the lows, ups and downs, and that's what it's all about in the first place. Is like people you meet from this music that like you connect with your music and the same things you guys believe in and stuff. And regardless if you're a manager and shit, like we're still boys for life, and I love that, and I appreciate that, you know.
And I appreciate that as well. You know, I always, you know, I see it. You know, I see it in you when, you know, when we hang out and I tell you something that I'm doing, or I call, you know, we're on the phone and we're talking about something, and I tell you something that's going on, and like, you know, I just feel how happy you are, you know,
yeah,
you are
man.
for me, and you know, and how proud I am of you guys and everything that you guys have done, and you know, and it's like, you know, doing this for me for 22 years, managing bands, I understand how like impossible it is, like how impossible it is to be in a band and and laugh and stick around and maintain an audience, and just how much work and heart,
grinding, man,
and grind, and you know, most bands can't do it, you know, and for whatever reason it falls apart, and you know, and you guys have done it, you know, and you guys have done it for a long time.
It's crazy. We're still friends off stage, and my brother said the other day, even when he tried to leave, we suck him right back in like the mafia. And so like he's still doing shit with us, and you know, like he's my brother, man. You know, he's been a big part of H2o, and I think for us it's just that we love each other, we're brothers, and we believe in this shit. We still live the shit. It's like wasn't like, and it was always always fun over finance for us. Yeah, we had some time, we made some good money. But when it started becoming a job and being weird, like after the whole Go cycle, we took a hiatus for a while, but not making music. We got burnt, and I'm glad we took a hiatus, because we still kept our friendships and our love for each other. And we took a break, and then we came back with nothing to prove. And very lucky that connected, and people waited for us and didn't disappear. And people actually waited for that to come back 7 years, and we're very lucky that people actually cared still. And but taking that break was important, you know, for sure.
Yeah. You know, I think it's half luck, because you know, look, a lot of things in this business is luck, but it's also, you know, people know what's real and what's not. You know, and you can't create that. It either is or it isn't.
Yeah.
And I'm a firm believer that people feel that, and that's why people were still waiting when you came back. And
thank you.
And had you just kept going, because like that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah. That would have come across too, and it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, it would have been just going through the motions, like, oh, okay, we're just out here just playing the same songs and going through the We need to get like take a break and get re-inspired, re-energized, all that, man. And I had a baby, I moved to California, life happens and shit, and
it's crazy.
But
crazy.
Well, awesome, Vaughn. I appreciate you being on my podcast. I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate you being with us from then, and just like believing in us and taking a chance. And I'm proud of you where you're at now, and you did so much in your life with all the bands you've been involved with and still are, and managing.
Thank you.
Fuck, man. Queens represent.
Queens in the house, and thank you guys for taking a chance, man. I never would have imagined when I made a decision to, you know, basically see the country for six weeks and see what happens after that. I never imagined that would have been the thing that embarked the, you know, 22 and counting year career in managing artists. Like I never.
But also it wasn't like you were a straight business dude. You were a music fan. You were a hardcore fan.
Oh yeah.
Hip hop, metal, everything. Fuck. There's a picture. There's a picture of Vaughn who was dressed as King Diamond. He grew up. He liked all styles of music and shit. So you were a massive fan lover, but you were never. Yeah. You were a fan. You weren't like in the mix. You weren't like. And so you got a taste of that with selling merch and then tour managing and then managing a band, you know what I mean? Like you got fully into it, but it wasn't like you didn't like music. You loved music, and so I think it was part of your fucking path in the first place. I don't know.
I mean, that's what we became friends.
Yeah,
we would never become friends if we weren't both such massive fans of music. I mean,
exactly.
That was the instant bond.
Exactly.
Like, oh, you like this? Oh, I like this too. And then And then you start, hey, check this out, check that out.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, it's literally that innocent. You know, and just a familial. I mean, you guys are very much a family, and it definitely, you know, it's anyone that kind of gets involved with you guys immediately kind of becomes a part of that.
Yeah.
And you know, I think for me, and just even the work that I do and the bands that I manage, and I feel like I end up kind of being in situations that are similar because that's what I know. That's what I came up with.
You're doing more than the normal manager. You're doing more than the business shit.
Yeah.
You're like in the mix. You're like, yeah.
But I think it also came from just being friends with you guys first.
Yeah.
And then working with you guys.
Yeah.
I think that's rubbed off on me, and and that's kind of how I approach other situations. And I have to give you guys a lot of credit for setting me on my path, and I definitely appreciate that.
Well, we love you. I love you, brother, and I appreciate your time and appreciate just everything, man. And once I
love you too, Toby.
I'll hit you up this week, man. Thank you for taking the time, and H2O loves you and appreciate you, and thank you for being part of H2O's legacy, man. Whatever. I mean, I hate that's corny. My legacy. Thanks for being part of H2O's career. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean, and I'm very much proud to be a part of it, and all the bands that I work with can tell you how proud I am of it because it comes up in some way, shape, or form really often.
It's awesome. We're your resume. We're like your resume, your first resume.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The best, in some ways, the most important part because it was the start,
Yeah. Your roots. You're part of the branches of our family tree, man. So
don't forget your roots.
Never. All right, thank you, Vaughn. I love you, buddy.
Shout out to Rabies. Love you,
shout out to Rabies.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Let's see something. Let me talk. All right, Stormy, say something now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, Storm, we're going to have to tell the story again. I'm sorry, I love you. Okay, so...
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, now it's working. So, Stormy, do you remember how we started working together? Was it through Rancid? I'm pretty sure it was. That's how we met you. Or Sick of It All, but if you remember, what's your recollection of the first time meeting us and moving forward and stuff like that?
Okay, well, I could be wrong about this, but
Okay.
I feel like the first time I met you was on a Sick of It All tour.
Okay.
And then there was a point in time, I want to say like late 93 or early 94, somewhere around there, Sick of It All and Rancid toured together. They did an East Coast run and a West Coast run.
Yeah.
And they alternated closing, and if I remember correctly, you were a roadie for Sick of It All.
Yep, correct.
Does that sound right? Okay.
Yeah.
And I remember being in a van because both bands were touring in vans at that time.
Yep.
And we were on some drive, and there were these your mom jokes going on
Yeah.
back and forth in the van. And I want to say Tim Shaw was in there with us.
Yep,
and
for sure.
Anyway, somehow, like, all of these friendships just, like, between the two bands really gelled during that time. And if I remember correctly, H2O kind of came out of that camaraderie, and
Yep.
and I think it was you and Pete Kohler.
Correct.
And H2O started out kind of as a three-piece.
Kind of. It was kind of. Like it was me and then whoever was around, I could, jump on their equipment or something and play this one great weird song. But yeah, totally. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And so I think you guys kind of like were jumping on shows here and there, and then it kind of started getting serious and taking off.
100%.
And I was working with Sick of It All at the time, who I still work with, and I think through that connection we started working with H2O, and we booked dates for H2O in 1995 and 1996.
Wow, and I think we only had a 7-inch out. We really had no material. I think we had like a demo tape, and we had like a 7-inch out. Then the first record came out in '96. So yeah, I do remember that. And I remember you actually talking about this somewhere. I don't know where it was, but how much I used to always call you Stormy. Because we really didn't have a manager, and I think we were super excited about what was happening. Very passionate, and I feel like we called you a lot, and I'm sorry about that. I want to apologize for that.
You poor guy. I do remember, and it's just like you'd have an idea, and you'd call me as soon as you had the idea, and I do, it was great because you were really passionate about what you were doing, and I feel like the internet and things like that were still fairly new.
Totally.
And because I still remember booking tours back in the days of pagers and
fax
machines and having to mail everything everywhere. So
Wow.
Yeah, we had typewriters. Our first few tours that we did, everything had to be typed up on typewriters. So you guys, I think, were just at that point when everything was starting to, come up on computers and the internet and all that. So.
Wow. And so how long have you been booking bands for now?
I booked my first tour in 1991.
Wow.
1990, 91. I think it was somewhere right around there because I started Leave Home out of my parents' basement when I was living at home. It was like my first year in college.
Wow.
And named it after my favorite Ramones record. So.
Wow, I never even thought about that. Oh my God, I'm such a poser. All these years, I didn't realize it was named after that Ramones song. Wow, that's amazing, Stormy. And so, what was your first tour you booked? Do you remember?
The first tour I booked was for a hardcore band out of Salt Lake City called Insight.
Yep, I know them. Yep.
And the guys in that band had toured, and they had phone numbers from. Do you remember Chubby Fresh from Cleveland?
Yes, I do.
Integrity.
I do. Yes.
And so they passed along some phone numbers to me that he had because they had booked a few tours, and they were kind enough to let me go out on a tour, one of the tours with them. And while I was out, and it wasn't like a big tour. I think it was just like a handful of dates. But
yeah.
Like I said, it's back in the day of the pager. So, you would page someone, call from a payphone, get their info, set up the show. I mean, our phone
Wow,
bills
man.
in the early days are like $800 a month kind of thing.
Wow.
And so when we'd go out to these other cities, we'd collect phone numbers and contacts of kids in other cities, and we all shared, like, networked.
That's amazing.
Contacts and phone numbers, and kind of patched tours together that way in the early days. And when any of and I put on shows in Salt Lake City, so I used to put on shows for a lot of the Discord bands, Revelation, Amphetamine Reptile, and we just kind of keep gathering contacts. I still have this notebook that I made with tabs in it for each city and state where I had handwritten people's names and phone numbers and the clubs that they booked.
That's
because it was before any of that stuff was I mean, I didn't work in a big music industry at that time where people had access to Polestar and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was really still underground. And I mean, we were looking at old Black Flag routings and things like that.
Wow.
They zigzagged all over the country and trying to find who booked the Black Flag date here or there, and let's see if we can find that person and see if they'll do this show or that show. And
that is insane. That's total that's DIY grassroots to its fullest. You know what I mean? Like it's like that's how you guys all stay connected with that. That's amazing. What a community that was. Like that's amazing. And then now, what do you mean? Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I feel like it was really cool because just like you said, it was a real community.
Yeah.
The only way these bands survived is by helping each other.
Yeah.
They weren't picking each other apart, and it didn't feel competitive. It felt like, we're all in this together, and it's the only way we can survive and get this scene off the ground and more established so that bands weren't having to just play VFW halls and basements and places like that.
Yeah, I'm sure now it's like, it must be like a whole different world booking bands now with the internet, how fast that is, and not having to be on the phone all the time. You know what I mean? Like that's so different now. Wow. So here you are now, and you're still booking bands. You're still doing it. You did it all yourself. I mean, did you go to college to work in the music business or no?
No. As a matter of fact, so while I was going. Let's see, when I started in college, I was working at a record store, and I was making $2.85 an hour.
Wow.
And I was going to school part-time and working at the record store. And then Jordan Cooper from Revelation Records, actually, he kind of hooked me up with my first real industry job.
Wow.
And I used to call record stores for Revelation and try to get them to get CDs in their stores for Judge and all the bands he was putting out at that time in the early 90s. And then I was doing like a radio show at the college station and
Yeah.
was only playing artists on independent record labels.
Yeah.
And so that way, I could put on shows. I had my record store job and had the chance to work with Jordan. And through Jordan, I met bands like Shelter and Into Another.
Yeah.
And eventually started booking them. And
wow, man.
yeah, it was just. The first time I met Sick of It All, they were on tour with Biohazard, and
I was on that tour.
Remember,
what year was that?
Yeah,
what year was
you
that?
and Ezak, yes, because I think you guys stayed at my house.
No way, man.
And that's how I ended up working with Sick of It All, because we'd promote the shows and the bands
wow.
would crash at our house overnight. Margie Albon and I lived together at that time.
Okay.
She's the booking agent. She's at Do It, and she started her own booking agency and works with a ton of really incredible bands too.
Yeah. That is amazing. So what year was that, you think, that Sick of It All? So it's like 92, maybe 93?
It had to be, yeah, because I started working with them right around 1993.
Yeah.
Because those Sick of It All and the Lunatics are the two bands that have been on my roster the longest.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. 93, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I love the Lunatics. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
and so you got us our second, not really a second show, one of our most I guess solidifying us as a band was a show that you got us on. It was with Lunatics and Rants at the Limelight.
Oh my gosh, I totally remember that.
That was an incredible show, and that was like our first real show at a real venue. Because we had played like one show, I think, maybe in Queens, and we maybe played something else. But this like the Limelight, like real official established bands we're opening up for. That was I'm sure you were out there for that show too. I'm sure.
I probably was that around the time that Madball started, because I remember seeing them at the Limelight as well.
I'm not sure. Yeah. They started way before H2o for sure. That makes sense.
Okay.
But yeah, that was a great one. And then obviously all the stuff we did with those bands moving forward. But yeah, so amazing. Well, I appreciate you taking us on at an early age. You were just like a little baby, barely any music out, and get us on those tours.
We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And I appreciate being part of H2O's history and from the beginnings. And obviously I'm so proud of you where you're at now and how long you've been doing it for. I mean, you've been working hard forever doing this out of pure love for the music and what you do, and that's amazing to be able to do that, especially starting out in your parents' garage. That's amazing. I mean, that's how bands start. That's like a band story too, like we were jamming in our parents' garage, and now here we are. Like and you stuck to it. Were there any times where you felt like I can't do this anymore, or this is hard, or not that it's hard, like you feel like it wasn't? I don't know. Did you ever feel like quitting or giving up, or?
I never felt like quitting or giving up, but I remember early on, and this was like maybe 1995-ish, and I had moved from Salt Lake City, where I'm from, out to LA.
Yes.
And I remember it's just so expensive to live out there, and
yes.
I remember thinking, like, I can't make ends meet. This is getting really hard, and I remember like thinking I can't keep doing this financially because I can't make it work.
Yeah.
And I decided I need to figure out some way, and that's when I started booking internationally.
Wow, okay.
It wasn't just U.S. dates, and I thought, I've got to find a way to supplement or do something.
Yeah.
And then, over the years, I went back to school and finished my degrees, and I teach at a couple of universities out here just to offset.
That's
it's
awesome.
not a big money-making thing.
Yeah.
But it allows me to do what I love. And
yeah.
And now I get to do two things that I love. So
what do you teach?
It helps.
What are you teaching?
I teach U.S. history, but my area of expertise is the Vietnam War.
Wow.
And so I teach courses at both universities on the Vietnam War.
Holy.
And I'm writing my dissertation on the impact that music had during that era. So
wow, that's amazing,
I still get
Stormy.
to do something with music.
Yeah, that's still amazing though. Wow, man, that is really cool to be able to go back and do that too. Like that's awesome. Wow, very, very. That's really cool. I think my My grandfather was in the Vietnam War, actually. Yeah, he actually was. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I have actually posted a picture of him on Veterans Day. That my grandma had gave us some pictures a long time ago. I found a cool picture of him. But yeah, wow, that's why the Vietnam War? Why is that the war that you focused on?
I think because there were lyrics to songs I was listening to during kind of, my early teen years,
Dead
13
Kennedys?
to 15.
Maybe?
Dead Kennedys.
Yeah, for sure.
Spear, bands like that
Yeah.
were writing about veterans issues and just, the war in general. I don't want to put words in their mouth about what their meaning was.
Yeah.
But it always intrigued me, and I remember I started, the first book I read was Charlie Company when I was about 14, and it just kind of spiraled from there, and I always wondered what happened with that war. And as I've gone on to research it, I just have more and more questions, and
That's
it's
awesome.
a fascinating conflict, and it ties right in with the Cold War. And about a year or so ago, I had the chance to go over and visit Vietnam for about 3 weeks and travel from Hanoi all the way down to Saigon. And
wow.
It's
That's
a
amazing.
beautiful country, incredible people, and it just really motivated me to finish my studies into that conflict.
That's amazing. What's crazy is back then as a kid, you're like, what is Vietnam? What's the Vietnam War? Like, is that the name of the war? Is that a place? Is that a country? Like, when you're a kid, you just hear these names. You don't really think about that it's actually a place. It's like, that's the name of the. You know what I mean? It's weird. Like, as you get obviously when you go to school, you learn about it. But originally, we first like Vietnam. What's that? And it's cool you got to go there and see that now with your own eyes after like reading about it and really being involved and interested in that war itself. So going there it must have been a huge deal for you, right? Like, was it overwhelming? Was it?
Yeah, overwhelming is the right word, and it was humbling, and it was really interesting how the people there are so eager to communicate, and everywhere we went, people would approach us and try to speak English, and I took a Vietnamese language course before I went so that I could try to speak their language while I was there, and I think I botched it horribly, but they were really kind and tried to understand what I was saying because it's a tonal language.
Yeah.
And so you never know what's really coming out if you're not hitting the tones right. But
well, at least you
the
tried.
People were just super gracious. And the thing that really struck me is there's a huge movement there, and kind of an underground movement to gain civil liberties, just basic civil liberties.
Yeah.
And the other thing to me is the youth culture. Everywhere we went, we would have kids, come up to us or where we were staying, or kind of find us in different places and kind of in whispers ask us, what is it like? What is America like?
Oh,
we can't
wow.
leave our country. We have to be sponsored. I mean, it's difficult, but the internet has cracked open so many of these these countries that are governed by authoritarian and kind of oppressive governments, that they're starting to see the haves and have-nots.
Mm-hmm.
And there's still a lot of fear. They can't speak out against their government, or you take the chance of disappearing in the middle of the night. So
wow.
As tourists over there, we were coached on things that we could and couldn't talk about while we were there. So, but I think you've toured extensively all over the world.
Yes.
And do you find that everywhere you go, people are kind of the same?
Yes, 100%.
Families providing for their families, a roof over their head, food on the table, and and there are some real core values that we all share in common. And
100%.
That's what really impressed me.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, what's your experience with that?
I mean, I remember going to Japan for the first time in the early 90s and just being like shell-shocked of how amazing the people were, how friendly everybody was, how respectful they were. There was like no graffiti on the trains. There was no trash. People had the bicycles outside unlocked. People would actually bow to you when they stage dived. Like, it was so... It was amazing. And I came back and I was like, I'm going to be a different person. Like, I remember coming back and like being so just shell-shocked by it. I've been there a bunch of times since then. It's still wonderful to go to, but just going there and the energy of the people and how there's so many people, but they're so respectful and everybody has like, they give each other space and they cover their mouths when they're sick and just like, it was unreal. It was like I was on a different planet, you know? So Japan was one of those. And then went to Indonesia this summer for the first time. And that was pretty awesome too. It was just very tropical, very hot, but the kids, they were so excited you actually came there. And, where we were staying at wasn't the best neighborhood. We should have went to more spots to check out, but it is what it is. But it was so wonderful, and people really appreciative of you being there, you know. But like also like they're asking about America, and they're especially kids who are into music. They're like really obsessed with America and American culture and the style and the bands, and like they're especially with the internet now, it's so easy to find new music for them as long as the internet's not banned in their country. You know what I mean? Like some places it's banned, like you were saying, but. Yeah, it's just amazing to travel and to meet people and see. I also like seeing how people are looking at us, especially now with our president. When you go overseas, you get the questions about our president, just how we look on television from their eyes looking over here. You know,
yeah,
it's interesting. But yeah, music has taken us a lot of places and met a lot of cool people and seen different cultures and stuff and. But like you said, yeah, it's all based on love and family. And everybody's trying to live a better life the best they can. You know, there's so many good people out there. It just sucks when we hear about the bad ones sometimes, you know?
Yeah. That's what I was just thinking is you never really get to see all of the things that you have in common with other people and cultures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's amazing. I learned so much about you today that I didn't even know. It's amazing, Stormy.
You're awesome.
No, it's so cool. It's so cool. I didn't even know all that stuff about you. It's awesome you got to go there. That's amazing to be like studying something and really interested and get to go. That's awesome. Well, thank you, Stormy, for your time. I appreciate everything you've done for music, everything you've done for my band, everything you've done for people, and being a positive person, and also, you know, you're living your best life, and I can't speak for you, but it sounds like you're living your dream, like you're doing what you love, and a lot of people don't get to do that. And you worked your ass off to get there, starting from your parents' garage. And I think that like that's the epitome of what punk rock and DIY is. You know what I mean? Like if you really love something, you'll find a way to make it happen and be able to do it as a career. And I feel like you're one of them people.
Well, you're far too kind, but I appreciate that. But I've had a lot of help along the way, and I've had some really good mentors, and
I'm sure.
I appreciate that, some of these bands have given me such a chance and, hung in there with me through my flaws and the good and the bad. I appreciate
it. Of course.
it.
Yeah, of course. We're not perfect. None of us are perfect. But yeah, well, I appreciate your time, Storm. I appreciate everything you've done, and I'm psyched I still get to talk to you. We're still friends after all these years, and yeah.
Heck yeah.
And thanks for giving me your time today to be on the podcast.
Yeah, thanks, Toby. Thanks so much.
And Leave Home Booking is named after Ramone's album. I didn't even know that.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God! It just made sense. Like, oh, leave home, go on tour, Leave Home Booking. I never thought about it like that. You know what's even sillier is that I was signed to Epitaph Records. I did a crazy interview with Brett a couple weeks ago, and the day before I was just Googling stuff about Epitaph, and I didn't realize that the Epitaph E was actually a gravestone. I never even thought about it. I never even thought. I feel like such a poser.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I never even knew that.
I think it was more prominent back in the day when the label first started. But
I think so too, but I thought I was like, oh my God, I'm so silly. Anyway, Stormy, thank you so much. You're the best, and I'll speak to you soon. Thank you.
Right on. Hey, thanks, Toby.
I'll talk to you soon, Stormy. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yo, check. Say something, Tim.
What's up? Check.
All right, so listen, so this we're on the phone with Tim Bohr right now, and Tim, your name came up several times on the H2o podcast episode with me, Todd, Rusty, Adam, and Todd Friend, just being part of the family tree, part of the branches in the beginning with us, and I'm trying to figure out how we met you or where we met you. I definitely know that you booked one of our first shows in Philly, and Colin McGinnis was there, maybe like two other people. Do you remember that one?
Man, it's all the early days of the band are a bit of a blur. I remember you played that
Yeah, I definitely remember the show you're talking about. It was at a college somewhere in North Philly, but I don't remember exactly what college it was at.
Yeah.
Or who else played or whatever, but I do remember that for sure.
I thought it was like a bar or something. I wasn't even sure if it was a.
Who the fuck knows, man? There was so many, there were so many early moments that we were all, getting to know each other and figure the whole thing out.
And how do we?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, how we met, I actually don't exactly remember either. I remember. Look, I think look, we're all hardcore kids going to shows.
Yeah.
I've seen you a lot, from being a teenager. This and that. I don't know that we really knew each other, but
in the Philly shows,
and
yeah.
And then you guys started to definitely get some momentum with the band, and at the same time, I was booking tours for bands. I might have already been booking, Shelter at that point. I definitely was booking like Vision and Killing Time and Sheer Terror and Life of Agony and Type O at that point.
What year did you start booking bands?
Well, I don't know. That part is a little bit of it's not a blur, but, I started off trying to be a promoter in 91 in Philly. And then, I realized that, I really didn't want to be risking money and, it's a marketing hustle. It's not
totally.
Really it's similar, but it's different, obviously. And I started booking tours not long after that. Maybe it was 92 or 93. And, it started with hardcore. It started with, Vision and Killing Time. Those two bands were the first two. I was friends with all those guys, and they were the first two to let me give it a shot. Madball, followed soon after.
Right.
And,
that's right.
Like I said, Sheer Terror and Life of Agony and Type O, and then Shelter and H2O kind of followed all that.
And where were you booking? So were you booking stuff out of your crib, just doing?
Yeah, man, I was booking stuff literally out of a spare bedroom in North Philly, and
that's crazy.
Yeah, man, and really, how I got my first real job was when Type O was blowing up, and they were getting tours with Queensryche and Motley Crue and Nine Inch Nails and
damn,
somebody who was trying to basically take them from me and called me and said, "Hey, man, you're going to lose this band. Everybody's trying to take them, including myself. And rather than you lose the band and rather than us watch it go somewhere else, why don't you just come here with the band and whatever else you think you want to keep booking?
Wow.
We'll teach you how to really do this, and everybody will win." And that was my first job.
Wow.
My first that guy was the agent for Guns N' Roses and Paul McCartney. That's the guy who called me.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
It's been and so, all right. So then we go to H2O, and I remember we started booking this. I don't know how many shows we did. I remember you came in the van with us. I remember you came with us maybe out to the Warped Tour once.
Yep.
It was very, very hands-on. It was very hands-on. It wasn't just you're a good guy in the office and we get emails, because it wasn't even like that back there. It was almost pre-internet, also booking shows, right? It's now it must be totally insane, right?
Yeah, man. It was still fax machines and landlines, and even when I had my first cell phone, this is a crazy thought. I think about this from time to time. The first time I got a cell phone, it was a friend of mine's cell phone that they lent me for the weekend. Could you imagine now someone lending you their cell phone?
Hell no. Hell no.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah, so that was, I don't know, man. Was that 95, 96 when it all started rolling out for you guys?
Yeah, for sure.
Was that around that time?
Yeah, our first show was in 94. We started playing some shows around in 95, and that record came out in 96. And I think Stormy was before. Stormy was the first one, and then we had you. You were the next one. We only heard for a little. Only had her for a little bit. Only had her for a little bit. So, yeah, and then I forgot what tour. What was one of the first tours we did with you? Remember that? I don't even know what tour.
There was a bunch of Shelter tours. There was I just saw this on Sick of It All's Instagram the other day. They were talking about the Misfits Sick of It All H2O tour.
You did that tour, right?
Yeah.
Dude, that tour was amazing, dude. That was 96, I think.
Yeah, there was. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there was an Orange 9 tour that we did.
Yes.
Man, honestly, dude, there were really a ton. I mean,
Social D.
Some of the time that I was with you for Social D, I was with you for the Bosstones. That's one of the tours I did in the van with you, as a matter of fact.
Wow, that was 97 maybe.
Yeah.
Holy
I mean, it was for the first, like, 2, maybe into the third record.
Yeah.
Before we decided to, like, so, I mean, there was a lot of tours from the first record to the third record that you guys did. I mean, there was tons of tours. Trying to remember them all at this point would be impossible. The thing I remember the most is every single show was super fun. Every single show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A lot of the shows at Stone Pony were awesome. I also remember like us rolling to Philly once and maybe jumping like on a Mouthpiece 108 show maybe. And just jumping up there playing songs and like Doc Hopper, and that's like how we did it. We just kind of jumped on shows and fuck, man. So those are some of the tours that really got us out there in the open, like the Bosstones, the Misfits, especially those two I could think about, like to a great audiences, man. Like those are like, because the Bosstones are like blowing up. They're already a big band, but those amazing shows at the Troc with the Bosstones and consecutive nights, and like that Social D one was epic. That was a great record, and like that was kind of a hard crowd for us, but we did our best we could, and Mike was super nice, and Todd Finn broke his hand, so Mackie played drums on that tour.
Yeah, that's right, man. Yep, absolutely. Mackie was a drummer for, was he a drummer for like a couple of months at that point, right?
Yeah, he was, man. It was.
Yep.
And
I was in the mix for all that.
And weirdly enough, Todd Finn would come out and play one song, and he played the song "Friend" by Marginal Man with one arm. Oh shit!
That's insane, man. I think during that time you guys did a Rancid tour too.
Yeah, those Limelight shows at Rancid, like there's a bunch of shows at Rancid, like those are like the best times and best tours that were happening, man. Like I know the Warped Tour had started back then too.
You guys did the Warped Tour probably twice through that time frame.
Yeah, for sure. That was when we were just kind of getting started.
And that's when punk really ruled the Warped Tour, not like the last bunch of years where punk was more the minority. I mean that was the heyday of Warped Tour, the heyday of punk, and like that was when you could really become a big band because you were part of the Warped Tour world. You know what I mean?
100%. 100%. Also, if you were like on Fat Records or Epitaph or one of those labels too, like kids would automatically know to go check out all the bands on that label. Everything was like, it was that tour or what label. It was very like, it was a crazy time, and I appreciate you being part of that time for us too. I mean, it was crazy.
Well, you know what, man? I'm grateful for that time frame for myself. I learned a lot about, the work that I do and, how to do it. And, you guys weren't really an experiment. I had some real skill set at that point.
For sure.
But, it was probably, I still look back at that time frame, and we were all young, and it was as much fun, if not the most fun I've ever had, was that era of being in the music business and being part of, your band developing and some other great bands too. But that was as much fun as it could be. Yeah,
we were very green. We were very psyched. We were very fucking ready for anything, to tour as long as possible. Like, go on tour for like 6 weeks. I get a fucking heart attack thinking about that right now. 6 weeks was crazy. We didn't have like wives or kids or nothing. It was just like the band. Come home for like a couple of days, go back on the road. Like it was fucking crazy, man. Like I talk about that in my band a lot. Like 9-week tours sometimes, like overseas and back, and like grinding, man. Like, but that was normal. That's what you really had to do. I think you really just had to stay out there.
Yeah.
Because
no doubt about
before
it,
the internet was like everything. Now I can't even imagine how easy it is now to start a band, let alone book a band with the internet. It's got to be like night and day, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like some things are probably a little easier to roll out, and some things are a lot harder because there's a lot more noise. You know what I mean? It's like, before like the internet and everything else, it's like, you know, if you were great at having a live show, which your band definitely was, like,
thank you.
The word of mouth on that would kind of put you at the front of the pack. Now there's like,
yeah,
you know, like literally millions of bands who can get a bunch of like, you know, streams or views on YouTube. Like, how are you supposed to get big or even start to develop some sort of career when you're competing with that level of noise? You know what I mean? I think it's,
man.
you know, it's not better or worse. It's just different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like I just thought about it just now, like how back then if you were touring and building a fan base and you had like real fans, they'd always come. They still come see you now. But if you were back there being like, if you just was straight radio, they really didn't have a real fan base that would stick out you for longevity unless you had consecutive hits after hits. And now thinking about the internet, it's like if you're out there grinding as a band and playing live in front of people and really working right now, I mean, it's sad to say, but if you're a band on the internet, like you said, it's got 1 million views or 1 trillion likes. I don't know if those actually turn into ticket sales if that artist goes out and tries to play because they have so many views. Does that really does that work in real life, or is it the band that's out there busting their ass playing to like a couple? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and honestly, there's some science to that, but it's also, you know, I think it's very genre specific in terms of like, you know, some things are more like passive listeners that are in it for the moment, and some of it is more lifestyle oriented, and maybe some of those artists are able to like get out there and have a little bit more of a shot at having, you know, a touring career. But I mean, look, I mean, bands are breaking straight off of that kind of like exposure. So, you know, it certainly works. It just, you know, there's a lot of noise, and the cream really has to rise to the top, you know, more than ever with what that stuff is now, you know?
Yeah, I'd love to see, like, some of the bands that are out now, like, maybe 10, 20 years later from now, if they're still, they came up in the internet world and not, like, just be out there with flyers and grinding and playing shows. It's just a different world. It's just, and we're lucky to be part of that original.
Well, yeah, and there's still a culture for that, too, man. And,
for sure.
Know, it's not as prevalent as it was, and, man, do I really respect and love the bands that still want to go about it that way and, you know, go be great on stage and prove it that way. You got to do the other stuff too.
Yeah.
They can turn and, you know, be part of life on the internet. But I love a band that still values being a great live band. I love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's super important.
Nothing better.
So how many years now for you in the booking game now?
I mean, if we're going to say 92, whatever the subtraction
wow,
on that, it's only the only job I've ever had as an adult, man. The last job I had were dig ditches, mowing lawns, and pumping gas at a gas station. And literally, those were the last jobs I had before this one, man.
That's amazing, man. That's fucking amazing. And now you work at gigantic bands, and you've worked with all different, pretty much all different genres of bands too. I mean, I don't know if you did did you ever dabble in hip hop?
A little bit, man.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I was Wu-Tang's guy for a little while.
Oh, wow.
I worked with Everlast, House of Pain for a
that's
little
awesome.
while. But I mean, you know, I have worked with every kind of different genre.
Yeah.
I'm real proud to say that most of my living is made from still giving back to being into punk and hardcore and metal. Like that's my shit. That's what I do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm never gonna get this out of my memory of your crucified with throwing up the metal hands. That's the tattoo, right? I remember that.
What's that?
Your tattoo with the crucified with the guy throwing up like the horns.
I got the crucified skin with the exploited skull.
I'll never forget that image. I don't know why I always think about you when I think about that tattoo. I love it, man. Oh fuck.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
All right, Tim. Well, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you believing in the band, being part of our early days, and still being our friend over almost 25 years later. And I'm super psyched what you've contributed to music and what you still do. And I was watching the Eveready video the other day. I saw your face pop in there. It made me smile. It was a family, dude. Everything we did was like together.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. I don't know. It's hard because.
Well, you know what really rules about it, Toby, and like. I've been lucky enough to work with a few bands that have this going on, but it ain't no joke for sure that any band's able to pull it off. But it's really significant. It's really meaningful that all these years later, your band is still super beloved by fans, and that new people still get turned on to your band and they give a shit. That's a fucking magic trick, man. It's a goddamn magic trick.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And thank you for being part of that with us in the beginning, man. I appreciate all those tours. I mean, it's because of, you getting us all those tours we did too, exposed us to different people. And, I was always proud of H2o as being a band that didn't just preach to the converted. I like playing to different audiences, and you were part of making that happen. And yeah, I'm very blessed that we still get to play and people still care. And fuck, man, it's probably about my only job too in my adult. I mean, I worked at Roadrunner. I worked at out here. I worked at Golden Voice for a little bit. But basically my band, fucking almost 25 years this year. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, man. Wild, dude.
All right, Tim, well, much love to you, and I appreciate everything, and I hope to see you soon. I also want to say, too, sometimes in this business, people mix business and friendship, and that's kind of a hard balance. And I feel like I was talking to Vaughn last week about, with all the stuff we all went through with business and friendship and everything with the bands, I'm still happy that we're all friends. I consider you a friend, and you'll always be part of the family,
Well, I appreciate that, man. And I think it says a lot because it wasn't always easy, and mixing stuff is hard. But I think it says a lot about who people are, that you can get through that stuff, work through it, and wind up in some situation where everybody gets to say that they're friends and
100%
stay in touch with each other's lives all this time later. You know what I mean?
100%, man. And I think that kind of represents hardcore punk music in a nutshell.
Yep, no doubt about it, dude. No doubt about it.
All right, Tim, thank you so much for your time, and I'll hit you up soon, bro.
All right, bud. Good talking to you, man.
You too, Tim. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, we got you, right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have Bill Wilson on the line. Obviously, his name came up today in the H2o podcast because he's a big part of H2o's history. So I wanted to call Bill Wilson. Hi, Bill Wilson.
What's up, Toby, man? How are you?
Good. So I was trying to get a time, my memory is pretty bad with a lot of shit. So between my band and then Hans Hadeout and then you, I want to bring back the timeline a bit. So you were friends with, you knew Hans, right? Before.
Wait, dude! I remember you when you had dreadlocks, and I met you at a Wust show in D.C. in 89 or 90. You were a little kid with no tattoos, a
I love this shit. That we met back then, Bill. For real, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was at a Wust. I think Outburst played, or the Icemen played, or Sheer Terror played. I don't remember which show that was, but there was a couple of shows over a couple of years at the Wust in D.C. and I would tackle one of the bands into my car and drive to D.C. and I would set up the Blackout merch table. And I distinctly remember you because you were my name's Toby or whatever it is, and it was cool. You were very enthusiastic, kind of the same way you are now. So I remembered you, and you had dreads and shit.
Oh my god!
And then we met again through your brother because of Outcrowd and American Standard.
So yeah, Outcrowd, ladies and gentlemen, is my brother's other band. He had a band for almost 9 years, kind of an alternative rock band. Great songs. Had some really great shows, some great tours. So Bill Wilson signed them first. What year did you sign them?
It was 91 maybe. I was doing Sheer Terror, Outburst, Uppercut, and of course the Where the Wild Things compilation. But I was listening because I was in New York City. I was listening to a lot of other music that was starting to pop, and I still considered myself a hardcore kid. But there was just face it, when you went to hardcore shows, it was 5 dudes for every dude. It was just not cool. So I would always go and go to other shows primarily to get a better male to female ratio.
Yeah.
And I started liking, it was true. So I started, going to all these, indie rock shows, and I started signing other bands. I did that band Crawl Pappy, which were kind of like Helmet and Prime. Yeah. I did the Goops, who were kind of like Debbie Harry singing for the Ramones. I did like a no-wave band called God Is My Co-Pilot. They were like one of the like first queercore bands.
Wow.
And I signed American Standard. I did a record from them.
Great band, American Standard, man.
Like,
great band.
Yeah. They were like New Jersey's answer to Dag Nasty in a lot of ways.
Yeah, for sure.
And so, and because of like the New Jersey Hoboken connection, because Todd lived in Hoboken to start.
Yeah.
And they played a bunch of shows with American Standard. I got to know those guys, and I thought their songs were really great, and they could like be a thing. And I said, you know, as I'm looking to expand like the idea of what this label might mean, let me start working with Todd. And plus, he was like super cool to hang out with, and like he was a bartender at all these like cool bars, and like we would always like hang out.
Zigzag.
So it was a real friendly thing.
Yeah. I said
cool.
Zigzag Bar. Remember Zigzag Bar?
Oh yeah, exactly. Like I always forget the names of the places, but I could tell you it was like what, like 23rd Street, and 7th or some shit.
Yep.
Yep.
And Johnny Ramone was like one of the big customers in there.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Todd used to say he was just in here, and I would always go in there and hang out. Yeah, it was cool. Like and your brother's great. I loved hanging out with him back then. It was cool.
What years was that?
It's got to be like 92.
Okay.
Somewhere around like 92, 93. Probably 92.
So then, Todd, this is interesting because now I'm starting to get a pattern for everything. Is that my brother had a relationship with you, and that's how it kind of worked out with H2o too. And that's the same thing with Hans Haydelt too, but that was through you. It's cool. It's interesting because I wanted to like everything go in kind of chronological order with everything that happened with us. So then. We signed with you in what, 94 or 5?
It was like 95, 96. It must have been 95.
Because the record came out in 96. Yeah.
Yeah. So it took a while for everything to get going and all that stuff. And that's when I was working out of the offices in Midtown.
In Midtown, yeah. And so I know we did our demo, and then we did our 7-inch with Equal Vision, and then it was the Blackout record. And I think we recorded that record. These guys were saying like in 5 days.
You guys recorded that record really, really fast, but it was great because it was almost like a live record.
Yes.
Like the energy, like when some bands go into the studio and they record records and they take too much time, it kind of sucks the power and the soul out of a record.
Yeah.
But you guys went in there, and I distinctly remember like you freaking like screaming like at you like you were at a show.
Yeah.
You were singing like with the mic in your hand as opposed to like putting it up and like trying to like be melodious. You were like focusing on like the energy, and that's why that record sounds like a live show.
And it was such a great energy vibe there. I think it was it Brielle Studios with Larry Buxbaum, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Larry. Rest in peace, Larry Buxbaum. Yeah, that studio was downtown by the Holland Tunnel. We had so many different New York...
Wetlands, right?
Yeah, so many different New York staples in the studio. Jimmy Gestapo, Anthony Killing Time, Freddie, Armand, Civ. We had such a diverse group of friends that was such a fun record to make. It seemed like it took forever. Think about it now with how many different people we had on there and stuff. But I can't believe 5... Because we had been touring a lot with no music out really except for like that 7-inch. So we had the songs down so tight. I think that's how we just rocked it in the studio,
Yeah, it was great. I mean, like when I got all the roughs and shit like that, I was always just like, it was super happy. The only friction point was it was a little short, so you guys had to go in and record one more song.
Oh shit, that's right. Okay, then we added the fucking fuck too many questions, but none of the truth. We had that last song that Rusty wrote. Fuck, I forgot the songs. And then we have My Love Is Real on there, the bonus track from Wetlands.
Yep. You put the My Love Is Real track on there to kind of like edge out the 30 minutes.
Oh shit, that's so right. I forgot about that, man. Holy shit. Oh yeah, Rusty put My Curse on there. That was it, My Curse.
Yep.
So that came out in 96. And we didn't know what to expect with that record putting it out because we only had the 7-inch out. People only heard like 4 songs at that point, and I think all 4 of those were on the record, right? I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but like, dude, the stars like aligned for that record. Like, I will say that, as a front person, you're great.
Thank you.
And you know everybody in the scene too. So like it was good. You know, you had traveled the entire U.S. You know, being you know, in the road crew, so everybody around the U.S. knew you, right? There were all these fans that saw you with Sick of It All and things like that. So you were already like, it was like you were already on tour with a band, but you didn't have a band. So it was like awesome because, like, frankly, I got to plug into a network that you had already kind of established. Like, you were like social media before social media happened. So you were like a one man. Like, I always say this, like when I talk about like bands and how they have to like promote. Like, I was like, dude, you could be naked and fucking standing there on the street, like, and like immediately you would like pull a shirt or a CD or a flyer like out of thin air and make some kid feel like your best friend because that's how passionate you were about your band.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it's crazy. It's because it really didn't really start off like that way. It started as like a joke, but then when I realized it could be something, I actually learned that I could kind of sing, and then we did our first show and all that stuff, and yeah, I mean, thank you. Yeah, I still am actually, because here we are 25 years later. It's crazy, man. And I just, that record's one of my favorite records because it's our baby, and it's because it's the first thing we put out, and it's because just lyrically and everything about that record still hold true to us as people, as adults. And that record kind of, and with everybody that came to support it too, from like all the people I looked up to growing up, actually came to the studio and were part of it. That was like a big deal. And they did the Family Tree video, and Rabies was there, and all of our friends were there. And I mean, fuck, I'm sure you remember the video for Family Tree. Like, we sold out 2 shows in one day at CBGB's, and I don't know if that ever happened at that point. And that was fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, and that was great because, like, you know, I was able to, like, I mean, you know, hands down, that is the most successful record that I ever had on the label.
Thank you.
And
That's
it was,
awesome.
you know, it came out at the, you know, the right time, like, and, well, you know, I had, you know, it was me, Tim Shaw, Joey I, Franco, and Carl from Killing Time working at the label, and Ian Robinson, right?
Damn.
Ian Robinson. Like, and that was us. And, like, you know, I mean, not to be crazy, but, like, you know, there are some things we could have done better, but we were, like, kids, and this was our first successful record, and it was, like, it was cool, and, like, you know, if I had it all to do over again, would I have just done some shit, like, more professionally or differently? Yeah, but, like, for a time and place that it was like, fun and great and successful, and, like, how many people who run an indie label ever get a chance to work with a successful record like that? That's like everybody's like fucking dream, right? Like as an artist, you got to launch yourself and have your first record like be successful and have everybody know who it was. So like that's like a memory that most people wish they had, and we were able to do it. You know, warts and all.
That's amazing, and so that's amazing, man. Did you have any expectations of that record, what it was going to happen? Do you think it was just like maybe something that only sold locally? It was like a tri-state band? I don't know. I mean, did you have any expectations of that record?
I mean, what, as far as like sonically or
just sales? Like people buying it, yeah.
I mean, you know, when you do the process for soliciting a record, you know what the vibe is, right?
Okay.
Like, so when I put out Where the Wild Things Are, I distinctly remember, like, I knew jack shit about anything in music. Like, I learned how to do the record label from buying a book called How to Make and Sell Your Own Record.
Oh, shit.
And I learned how record companies work from, like, reading, basically.
Yeah.
And I threw money that I saved from the summer job into doing Where the Wild Things Are. And, like, I didn't know how it was going to be. And I did my Maximum Rock and Roll ad. I did my Flip Side ad. I did my other thing. You know? And, like, when it came out, like, I started getting orders for it, and I was almost like, wow, like, I didn't expect it. But, like, with you guys, like, because I had been doing, like, the Outburst and the Iceman and Sheer Terror and things like that, I kind of knew that, like, when you did that one sheet and you sent it out and you started getting orders for things and people were asking, like, when's it coming out? Is it on time? Like, you kind of get a vibe for that. It's going to do well.
And right? that was kind of before the internet too kind of popped off, right?
Oh yeah, it was way before. I mean, the internet was just in its kind of nascent. point, but nobody was really using it. Personal computers were still really expensive. Not everybody had a laptop. There was no mobile devices. So, like, people were still reading zines and, like, maybe some bulletin boards if their, like, dad could afford a computer. But it wasn't like everybody had something in 96, you know?
Fuck, man. So, yeah, that was a lot of, like, DIY, word of mouth, fucking just everything, man. Just, yeah, it's pretty amazing, man. And then your shit was through Caroline Distribution at the time, or no?
It was, like, I mean, it went through Caroline. It went through a bunch of all the indies. Like, so... We had, like, Joey I and Franco basically selling to all the indie stores.
Yeah.
And then we had, you know, some larger distribution going into the chain stores through Uni, which was, like, a large distribution company. Like, we put that into, like, some of the bigger chain stores.
Yeah, well, you know? I got a picture still. Me and Lars at, like, Tower Records or somewhere holding the copy of the first album when it came out. It was pretty cool, man. I was like, oh my God, I'm in a big store.
Cool. Yeah, dude, you got to send that to me.
I will.
I would love to see that shit. It's like, those are like snippets of life, you know?
Totally.
That's cool.
But yeah, so basically, just to wrap it up, kind of is that, like, obviously Our Crowd was signed first, my brother's band. My brother wasn't even in H2o at the time. And then fast forward, he's in the band. He's already had a relationship with you. I met you back in the day. I know you from the scene, all that stuff. And then I think do you remember the first time we met with you about doing the record? Or signing to you?
I think we talked about, like, I think it was like, so I came out to, like, Jersey City a whole shitload, like, as you guys were starting. Like, I think that was when Max was, like, still drumming.
Yeah, Capshaw, yeah.
Early days. And I think, didn't I drive you to, like, your first show ever upstairs in Philly? Like, didn't I drive Max's drums or somebody's shit?
I mean,
to, like, it was, like, some show in Philadelphia that was, like, upstairs in some god-awful club.
There was nobody there. Tim Bohr was there and Colin McGinnis. I want to know that date, dude. I was trying to find that show the other day because there was, like, a small bar show. I remember that, man.
It was upstairs. Like, I don't even remember what bar that was, but it was, like, Philly, right? And it was, like, me, you, Tim, the band, and, like, maybe a handful of, like, other people.
Yeah.
And, like, that was it. And so, like, after that, we were always, like, talking to each other, and you would call me and whatever, and then you did the EVR thing, and then you were like, we want to do something different, and I said, let's talk about it, and it happened.
Well, so, what year was that, 95 when we played that show in Philly? I think so, right? Yeah, it had to be.
Yeah, it was like 95.
Fuck, man.
Long time ago for a bunch of old dudes.
It is, man. So that first record still sells today? Kids still buy it? It's still part of, like, you think it's part of, like...
Well, I licensed the vinyl to Bridge 9.
Yeah, that's right. That's good, yeah.
For a long time, I didn't do a lot of, like, basically, I stopped doing new releases in 2004.
Okay.
I did this band, The Fire Still Burns, with Nate, who was an ensign.
Yep.
I mean, I love that record, but it was like my whole career was turning around. I was doing more things on, like, the software, computer side of things. So, like, I kind of put the label on ice because it wasn't paying my rent, really.
Gotcha.
And kind of just, you know, started having all my shit up on iTunes.
Yeah.
All my stuff up on. So now everything's on digitally on Apple Music. It's on Spotify. It's on all the digital services. And then, you know, a couple of years ago, I licensed the vinyl to Bridge 9, so he has probably still a bunch of copies laying around, or has done
that's great.
Here and there once in a while.
Yeah, because it's crazy how, like, everything went kind of like digital, but then vinyl is so popular still. It's fucking massive, man. The resurgence or whatever it was, it's just, it's crazy that people. It's cool people still care and they want to actually hold something and read something and look at pictures and. That I think that's awesome. If it was a trend or not, it stayed a really long time, and vinyl is still bangs.
Dude, I'm all streaming and digital. Like, I either listen to my Sonos on digital, or I listen to friggin' vinyl. Like, CDs are like frisbees or coasters. I don't even listen to them anymore.
I know. It's not too long ago we had like a 7. Maybe it was like last year we were selling like a 7-inch at the table, and somebody asked us if it was like a mouse pad. Like somebody didn't even know it was a 7-inch. It was such a bum out, man. People don't know.
Like, you know, it's funny, man. It's like how shit changes and how people listen to stuff and how the scene has changed over the years as, like, it went from being like that DIY into being kind of like social media hardcore warrior kind of shit, which is very different than it was back then.
It is. Trying to think what else we could talk about. I think we talked about everything there, man. And then we toured on that record for a really long time, man. Like we toured on that record for. It feels like.
Oh, dude, and that touring is another reason why you guys were so successful. Touring is like you guys hit the road. You were with the Boss Tones. Like, you guys were out with
Social D.
You guys played shows with Branches, Social D. Like, you were everywhere, and that was another thing where a label, especially at that point, was selling records based on based on bands being on the road and people getting in and seeing you guys and taking pictures and putting them in zines and kind of continuing the hype. And you guys were one of the few bands that just said like, fuck it, right? And you guys got in the for a couple, you guys had the Blackout van.
Yes, sir, the white one, dude. Van? Oh my!
You guys put like. You guys put like 200,000 miles on that thing.
You know what's so funny, dude? Recently, somebody commented on something I posted and said something like, something like, sorry we picked on you guys back then on the Blackout days, and I figured out it was somebody from Sweet Diesel. He said, and he wrote me a message. He's like, yeah, we were mad at you because you guys got the Blackout van. We wanted to get the Blackout van or something. It was such a, it was crazy.
Like the best thing that I ever did was like I bought a van for the label. And, like, any band that was going on the road, I basically was, like, being like, all right, well, it's, me giving it to you guys and you making sure you put fucking oil and gas in it and don't fuck it up.
Ultimate tour support, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it was tour support. It really was. But it was, like, if you went to Fantastic, you would have paid, like, people pay, like, $1,000. And, I was able to cover the cost of the lease on the van.
Yeah.
Or the actual purchase of the van. By being able to spread all the costs across these different bands, and that band actually wound up. Chris from Powerhouse ultimately had that a couple years ago. That van,
really,
a couple years ago, 1990, 1990, I guess, whatever, 1991 when I put out the Powerhouse record. Chris bought that van for me and drove that shit for 500,000 miles.
Holy
that
shit.
van lasted forever. That Econoline was no joke. So Ford should be sponsoring your podcast because that shit lasted for years and years and years.
This shit was covered in stickers. It was fucking crazy, man. Fuck, you get so much mileage on it.
Man. It was probably one of the smartest things that I ever did to help the band get on the road because otherwise people would never have been able to go.
Yeah. Thank you for that. That's pretty awesome. I just realized all about the Blackout van. That shit was fucking... Did many tours with that, man. Well, shit, man. So, yeah, that's great. Yeah, so we did. That was definitely a very big chapter for us, was the first album, and a lot of people's favorite record still to this day. It's still my favorite because it's our baby. Just that experience, you know what I mean? Like making your first record, and we still play those songs. Those songs still hold true today, and people still love them, and it's crazy, man.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's crazy. For me, it's weird that, I will go into a meeting, at a major label with people that are executives and shit, and they're like, oh, everybody talks about their career as small talk or whatever it is, and I'm like, oh, I ran a punk rock label, whatever, but I don't kind of focus on it. They're like, oh, what label? And I was like, oh, Blackout. If you know the genre, the most popular record I ever put out was this band H2o, and hands down, you would be astonished as to how many people were like, oh, I saw them in Melbourne, I saw them in Australia, I saw them in Germany, I saw them here. It's the pervasiveness of the hardcore kids and the pervasiveness of people who know you and your band is it's actually pretty funny. You would never think there were so many closet hardcore kids in the music business.
That's crazy, man. And like you said, it's because we toured so much. We went all over the map, man. So early on, and that was the first thing we dived into, was doing that. And fuck, man. It's crazy, especially in this day and age too. That I do run into people random people you never expect to know the band or know the name. Or I might have heard of you guys, know the band, or I saw the show. And what's cool about it too is one thing I always prided ourselves on. We always opened up for different types of bands. It wasn't just hardcore bands, so we got to play to different audiences. It was kind of a challenge, and we kind of, instead of preaching the converted, we always try to play different audiences. And I think because of that, some kids kind of heard about hardcore through the first time, maybe from us opening for a popular band or something.
Yep.
Oh, shh! I'm on a podcast. I'm interviewing. Go ahead. Sorry, Bill. Go ahead.
You get interrupted.
No, it's okay. Yeah. Anyway, so I think So, fuck, man. So that was that, and then after that, I was off to Epitaph, man. Fucking, you were there too, man, to the very end with us, dude. I appreciate it. I remember like meeting with you, and I think you came to LA. We did all that shit. Like, we go to Epitaph, we're not going to Epitaph.
Yep, we called it the. It's funny. Me and Vaughn joked about it. We called it the Last Supper. We all hung out in my van for like 2 hours, and like you were almost like going back and forth between Brett in the club and me sitting in the van with like Eric Ozine.
Oh, my Redemption 87.
Too was fucking Izak there? For some reason, I remember Izak was around.
Maybe.
But I remember definitely Eric Ozine was in the van because I went back to San Francisco and Eric Ozine was for some reason was in the van.
Damn.
So yeah, and that was it. Like, and then you guys signed Epitaph, and then the rest of the story happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually going to talk to Brett Gurewitz this week. Yeah, I mean, I was nervous about that move. I was excited also because we were the first East Coast band to be on a West Coast label. And Rancid had played us the Blackout record to them. Because Rusty brought up earlier in this podcast is that we went to play Brett Gurewitz our demos, and he said he wasn't feeling it, so you guys need to get back to the studio and write some more. And then we just went on our way, and we signed with Blackout. We put our record out, and whatever happened with that record, and people connected to it. And then I guess he heard that album after that, and he's like, oh, okay, now you guys are. It's like a band.
I mean, he's a smart businessman. You guys were established.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like you were a proven thing, and he was able to use his bigger machine to work for you guys. And obviously, not to be crazy, but like when I was a kid, it stung. As an adult, I totally understand the business position, right? Like that's just the way shit is.
Yeah, it stung for us too, though, because we are friends, and we were friends before that, and that's what I talked to Hans about today, because I still talk to Hans to this day too, and he was part of the record business. There's some people I met in my life that in the record industry that are nothing like record industry people, and you're one of them. You're just a hardcore kid, the passion and love for it. You know what I mean? And so like. That was hard because we didn't know how to really mix business with friendship either. And that's a hard lesson you got to learn too. We learned that a bunch throughout our career too. Like it's hard to separate those feelings and all that shit, especially Todd too, because he had a relationship with you before, and then we get pressure from here and just man. Like at the end of the day, we did it. It worked for us for those 2 albums, and we made our next move. But like I'm sorry if
about being in a band.
Yeah, right? I'm sorry if I'm sorry if you ever took that personal or it made you sad because it wasn't nobody's intent, and you were always there for us and you believed in us and all that shit and you busted your ass for us. So I appreciate that,
Yeah, man. I mean, again, it stung as a kid, but as a grown up, I totally get it, and everything's cool now. Like we're all in a good place, and that's what matters.
Exactly. I think that's a good way to end it, man. I think that's. This is Bill Wilson, everybody from Blackout Records. You can Google him. Big part of the hardcore history, H2O's history. So many great bands. Sheer Terror, Kill Your Idols. I'm probably not naming all of them, of course, but many bands. And you can Google his ass and check out Blackout Records. And Bill was a part of our history, and I appreciate that. And our first record, and a lot of good memories, man. A lot of crazy memories. I think that's good, Bill.
Cool. All right. Great. Well, good to talk to you, man. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you too, but I'll hit you up this week, man. Thank you so much for your time.
Cool. Later, man.
Peace, bud. Bye.
Toby.
Mr. Holloway, welcome to my podcast.
What? I mean, like we're on it right now.
Yeah, but it's not. It hasn't gone live yet. I'm putting everything together. So I've already done my band. I did Vaughn. I did Hans. I did Matt Wallace. I'm doing you now. I'm doing Bill Wilson. But it's almost turning into almost like a retrospective more than anything. It's been really therapeutic. It's been really awesome. We did the whole entire band, and then today, Todd and Rusty coming up. We're gonna do all H2O songs acoustic in my kitchen.
No way.
Yeah, so we're gonna do Go and I Know Why and Memory Lane, all these songs for the podcast.
Oh, that's great.
So we can start now. I mean, you cool to record right now? Is it cool?
Yeah, do your thing.
Okay, so Mark, your name came up with the H2o today in our podcast about everything, our whole career basically, from before Todd joined the band till everything after. And I know we met you through Vaughn Lewis. Were you like an intern with him or something at first, and that's how we met you, or?
No. So you guys were doing in the fall of 1996. You were doing a show at the First Unitarian Church in Philadelphia.
Okay.
And my best friend Brian Bowden and I came to that show. I was in school in Vermont my senior year of high school, and I'd come home for the weekend to see your show there.
Okay.
And we came to the show, and we met Rusty.
Okay.
At the show, and Rusty kind of just was just buddied up with me.
Yeah, totally.
Really cool to me, and
hey, come on, Mark, let's go hang out. Mark, let's come meet me, buddy. So I'll go, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, and he introduced me to Vaughn that night. And,
awesome.
I think I maybe briefly met you.
Yeah.
So anyway, you guys were opening for the Bosstones the next night at the Electric Factory.
Yeah.
And Rusty invited us to come, and put it like, that's like a big venue. Like in my eyes, like that was like, an arena.
Totally.
And I'd never been backstage at a show or anything, and he gave us, these passes, and we came and hung out at that show and hung out backstage and watched the show, and then hung out with Vaughn more at that show, and
yeah.
Vaughn, we exchanged information and kept in touch.
And what were you doing at that? What were you doing at that time in your life?
So I was I was a senior in high school.
Oh shit! Okay.
Junior year in high school, I was in like a wilderness kind of rehab behavioral program in the mountains.
Oh my God, that's right.
Northeastern Vermont, and I read Henry Rollins' "Get in the Van" when I was in that program, and I was already a big Rollins fan, but that I thought to myself, if I could ever get in a van, if I could literally get in a van with a band, I would want to do it. And
wow.
But I never, the irony is so I was really into Rollins, and through that Black Flag and stuff, and but all that stuff's really pretty negative, or not negative, just kind of
angry,
and at the same time, my other best friend from high school, Eric Smith, had gotten me into Black Train Jack,
nice.
Which is super positive.
Love Black Train Jack, yeah.
And my friend Eric was never into hardcore or anything. I don't even know how he got into Black Train Jack, but he did.
Yeah.
And that led to, from Black Train Jack, that led to Civ.
Nice.
And Civ led to you guys. And so, the irony of, Rollins being sort of my hero or whatever when I was a kid,
yeah,
was how, I went on the road and got into going on the road with your band, such a positive band, which, I'm I'm a positive, happy guy, and
totally.
I like to be a positive, happy, kind of naive guy.
Yeah, totally.
And that's what really attracted me to H2o was, being positive, being accepting, welcoming, and sort of embracing, that was what I always loved about you, was that you embraced sort of, I remember you had like when I first met you, or shortly after I met you, you had like a Biggie and Tupac tattoo on you, like 96 or 97.
Hell yeah.
And I love the diversity of what you and your band, were all about.
Awesome. And then, so yeah, I would feel like the shit you went through as a kid, and you were kind of that rehab place. Obviously, you were angry, and you were fucking probably confused. So Rollins was definitely somebody you could definitely connect with, because he had a lot of stuff inside of him too, and I'm sure there's a way to like filter your stuff through to him, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, when you're younger and you're a fan of something, you really think you identify. You think you know someone, and like, I met Rollins a bunch of times. He's kind of a dick, but but I mean that with all due respect, in the sense that like I love Henry Rollins to this day. To me, he still epitomizes like doing what you want the way you want it.
100%.
You do too.
Yeah. Making your way in this world, doing what you want, how you want to do it. Not, that's the punkest thing. That's the punkest thing, a lot of people love to throw sellout around about anyone.
Totally. And to me, sellout is ridiculous. The only thing you should be talking about is sellout is selling out. If you're a band, selling out a venue.
Exactly.
Because, look, we were all different people. We all come from different backgrounds. We have siblings. We have parents. We have aunts, uncles, friends, all who aspire to different things. I mean, the hardcore punk rock community, you walk around and you talk to, in your little world, right? And in my little world, people know some of the bands and stuff that I talk about. You go and say, oh, hey, have you ever heard of H2o? Hey, have you ever heard of like Black Flag or, Gorilla Biscuits or whatever, Sick of It All. And most people are like, nah, what are you talking about?
It's true.
And so to me, like, following your dreams and allowing yourself to do things that, that other people might, well, that's not hardcore, that's not punk rock or whatever. I mean, that's ridiculous. I think being hardcore punk rock or whatever is doing what you want to do and staying true to yourself,
Exactly.
So,
and I feel like you've done that too. So so from there you ended up coming with us. So what was your first move with H2o? Like, after you met Vaughn and stayed in contact with him, didn't you come with us on tour, correct? Were you selling merch at first, right?
Yeah, I sold merch one time, one weekend. You guys were doing a couple shows in New England in the spring of '97, and Vaughn was like, "Hey, do you want to sell their merch? Get in the van with them and sell."
Back to
get in the van, and so I met you guys, I don't know, in Boston or Providence, and we did. I remember we did the Rat with Dropkick Murphys with the original singer.
Wow. Shit.
And then we did I want to say the Met Cafe, and then we did like a show somewhere in Connecticut. I can't remember. And selling merch wasn't very complicated at that time. You know, so like and yeah, that was my first thing. And then I graduated high school like a month and a half later, and Vaughn asked me to come live in his basement and be his like intern. And I don't think he paid. I think he paid me like $100 a week or something, just something so I could like have like be able to
eat,
get food or whatever.
Exactly.
And then what happened was you guys went. So I mean that was a great time in my life too, because Vaughn and Kenny Gabor, it just was like we're driving around in Kenny's like old brown Buick, going like hanging out on St. Mark's, eating at 7A, hanging out with you guys all the time, obviously, and it was so cool. I mean, I got to meet and hang out around so many cool people. Like that summer, I met Joey Ramone on St. Mark's. I met Civ, I was like, big fan of Civ. Like, my introduction to Civ was Civ, and then I went backwards, kind of through you guys.
Gorilla Biscuits.
With Gorilla Biscuits. So.
Well, you weren't.
So it was just a great summer.
So you weren't. Were you planning on going to college before you met Vaughn, or did you have any? Did you see?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I did go to college.
Okay.
So here's what happened. You guys went on the Warped Tour for 2 or 3 weeks in '97. You asked me to come. It was just a van with a futon.
Dude.
We had some backline under the futon. It was the band. It was Tim from Jinx Proof, Chrysoplan, me, and I think Moon. And
Jesus, a packed van.
And we started. Kenny, and Vaughn drove in Kenny's Buick out to Chicago and met up with you guys. Brutal. And I got in the van with you guys there, and that was it. And then after that tour, we did a couple one-offs in August or something.
Yeah.
And you guys were like, "Hey, we're going to go around the world this year. You can go to college anytime. Why don't you come with us?" And I had been accepted to Wheaton College in Massachusetts, which, by the way, I went to the next year, and your brother Todd came and stayed in my dorm room with me.
He did?
He did. He was like, creep. What was he then, like 40?
Oh, my God.
He was younger than that, but he was,
That's crazy. I didn't even know that. Oh, shit.
Yeah. So, so I arranged to defer my tuition to Wheaton, and I went on tour with you guys. And we went on tour that whole year. We went around the U.S. like 3 times. Jesus. Went across Canada. We went to Japan. We went to Europe.
When did you graduate into the tour manager role, though?
Oh, that was pretty quick, actually. So, okay, so we did the Warped Tour, and then, I got to tell you, a really important part that I never really talk about because no one seems to remember this guy, but so there was a guy, Mike Bukowski, Mikey Rhino, and me and Mike was your tour manager and sound guy after the Warped Tour.
Okay.
And Mike did your sound on the Warped Tour, but he was also doing sound for Sick of It All on the Warped Tour that summer.
Gotcha.
And so we were going out to California, and we were doing 2 weeks of shows with Pennywise.
Okay.
And then we were doing what was, like, to me, one of the coolest tours ever, one of the best tours I've ever done in my life, which was H2o, Sick of It All, The Misfits.
That was amazing, dude.
And so you guys had me, Mikey Rhino, and this guy, Matty Boy, Matty Hardcore.
Yeah, Matty Boy from New York. Yeah, Matty Walenta.
Yeah, he used to wear a newsboy cap, and he had tattoos.
Yeah, Matty Boy.
And and he was moving out to San Francisco. So I've never seen this guy ever since this trip. We get in the van. We drive your gear in the van out to San Fran to drop him off, and then me and Mikey Rhino drive down to L.A. to meet you guys. And so this ride was like, I'll never forget it, okay? So it's October of 97, and we're driving out there, and I remember for two things. So first off, Mikey Rhino introduced me to this band, Sam I Am.
Yeah. From Boston. Right?
No, I think from California.
Oh, okay.
I think from California. Sam I Am. Sam I Am. I think, right?
And
they had an album come out then called "You Are Freaking Me Out," and so that album always reminds me of that time. But but the most impactful part of that trip. We had no cell phones back then, so Matty Boy, we're driving out there. He talked Brooklyn accent, and he's New Yorker, and I'm like, what do you guys want to listen to? I'd just been on tour with you guys on the work tour night in the van. We're listening to Sick of It All. We're listening to 7 Seconds. We're, boom, boom, boom. And he's like, no, man. I listen to like Fleetwood Mac, Billy Joel and Hall & Oates. And I'm like, now, so like, when I was like 5 or 6, like Phil Collins was like the biggest artist in the world. And that was the first album I ever had. I had a little 7-inch of a single of Phil Collins. It was like a toy. I don't know who made it, Fisher Price or something, but it was like a little record player. My parents would buy me these little records that went with it. And one of the first records was, like Susu Studio by Phil Collins. Like I was like 6 years old, and anyway, so my mom driving around in the station wagon back in those days, we always listened to like B101 and stuff like that, and in Philadelphia it was like the easy listening or adult contemporary or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it blows my mind that like Phil Collins, like a short, pudgy, balding guy who's not very attractive, was like the biggest pop star in the world back then. Like that just would never happen now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy actually.
But anyway, Maddie was like, yo, like you can't listen to like hardcore all the time. Like you gotta like be diverse, Mm-hmm. So, he truly made me realize, because my first concert in my whole life was Billy Joel in 1989.
Oh, wow.
My parents took me to Billy Joel at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, and to this day, I love Billy Joel.
I love him too.
He just made me realize, like, yo, it's okay to embrace like all kinds of music.
That's
and
cool,
not
man.
Judge, and not like, if you like a song by a band that someone hates or everyone hates or whatever, don't
be embarrassed.
No, don't be embarrassed. Trust how you feel.
That's awesome.
So
Matty Boy.
So
wow.
Matty Boy, who I've never seen since. I don't know if you have.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's a real estate agent in New York. He's doing great. Yeah.
He was like he had a massive impact on my life because
that's crazy.
Yeah, because like hardcore punk rock, like everything, is judgmental.
Totally.
It purports itself not to be, right? Mm-hmm. But like, everyone had like, I'm punker than you, I'm whatever. I mean, blah blah blah. Like, and I mean, again, I just have to say that, you can't help your upbringing. You can't help what your influences are. They are what they are.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
So anyway, I mean, I remember, the Out Crowd, which was more of like almost like a U2 kind of band.
Rock band, totally.
You know what I mean? And so anyway, there. Sorry for going off.
No, that's great. So that was that tour. That was '97, and then so you were tour managing us, right, at that point.
So sorry, I got off track. So we went on that tour with Misfits, Sick of It All, and after that tour, Mikey left and to go with Sick of It All or something.
Sick of It All, yeah.
And you guys were like, hey, do you want to give it a try? And I was like, yeah, sure. So I kept a ledger, like, again, no cell phones,
awesome.
No laptops.
Yeah.
I mean, my whole thing from day one was I just wanted H2o to be the biggest band in the world, and I wanted you guys to not have to walk on stage until you were walking on to get your instruments and play, and I wanted you guys to I just wanted you guys to be rad,
and be more professional and be on shows on time, be there before doors.
Yeah,
all that shit.
Yeah,
because we were kind of like just get there when we got there, and we kind of just like be more organized. I feel like you definitely you like got us in shape for that too. We definitely got more professional and more organized, and then how long was that for? Did you go with us with FTTW too, or just was it Thicker Than Water?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was FTTW.
Yeah, I mean, I was with you that whole year, and then and for the release of Thicker Than Water, we did Thicker Than Water, and then
Tramps, New York, yeah.
Yeah, and then I went back to college, like 98, 99, and then back on the road with you guys in summer 99. We did the Warped Tour again. We did the Warped Tour in 98 too.
Crazy.
And summer 99, we did the Warped Tour again, and then we just kept touring. We were touring all the time, and then 2000 we went to Europe, which was awesome.
Who
we
was that
shared
with?
a bus with F-.
Yeah.
And great tour.
I think that was like H2o's first kind of headlining tour in Europe, I have to say.
Yeah, and it was huge. It was awesome.
Yeah, we never did. It was the first one we done. Yeah, because we had canceled a lot of tours in the past to go to Europe. We always wanted to focus on America first. We wanted to try to be as big as we can in America, where we're from, and then we'll go to Europe. And all of our friends were going to Europe, and they were busting their asses over there. They really paid the dues for us, and then we kind of canceled a couple of times. And I think us and F-, that was the first tour we did there, man. That was fucking awesome. I remember that.
Yeah, it was the best. I got a ton of pictures of Rusty, sleeping all over Europe, because remember he would always fall asleep, He was like
still
the grandpa,
does, man. He still does, man.
He was like, you little prick.
So that was it for H2o with us. Because were you with us with the Go album or no, just FTTW?
So FTTW. So the last tour I did with H2o was spring of 2000. First bus tour on our own. It was H2o and Saves the Day.
Oh yeah, it was a great tour, dude. Oh my god.
Great tour, and I didn't know who Saves the Day was. I had never heard of them, and they put out Through Being Cool.
Great album.
Great album. Like that album will remind me of that tour forever. That tour was sold out everywhere. Dude. I mean, we even sold out El Paso. That was a great tour.
That was a great package too, because that was Saves the Day's first tour in the U.S. too.
Yep.
So that was, shout out to Saves the Day. And then we had every night Teddy come out, be Teddy Madball, and do Freddie's part. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing about that tour is, we played Chicago at the Met, I think. At the Metro.
Okay.
After that show, we drove overnight to Minneapolis, and Saves the Day got it on. It hit black ice.
Yeah, you cut out. So he just said that Saves the Day got in a really bad car accident on that tour.
Yeah, really bad van accident from Chicago to Minneapolis, and we had two of their guys on our bus. We would every couple nights we would let some of their guys ride on the bus with us.
Yeah.
So they because they had a lot of guys in their van.
Yeah.
So I think Teddy and maybe Evan maybe were on the bus with us. So anyway, they got Marvin. Remember the bus driver Marvin?
Love
he was
Marvin.
our bus driver.
Yeah.
And he woke me up in the middle of the night. I was the tour manager. We're on the side of the road. It's snowing. It's black ice. And their van is twisted, and trailer.
Oh my God.
In the middle of the median. I think Dave from Saves the Day back then was driving, and the force of the crash, his two front teeth were stuck in the steering wheel.
I remember that. Holy shit.
Yeah, so we followed the ambulance in our bus to the emergency room, and I'll never forget this. I'm in the emergency room with Chris and with Dave, and they're getting treated, and the police are trying to write Dave a ticket, in the emergency room, while we're standing there for reckless driving because he fell asleep at the wheel.
Oh, shit.
So I remember that. Anyway, they stayed there in like Wisconsin or whatever, wherever the accident happened. And Dave got oral surgery, and then they drove like 2 days straight to Seattle, and they missed like 2 or 3 shows, and then they drove all the way to Seattle, and they met back up with us. And I remember Chris the singer had he had broken his collarbone, and he had
God, that's right, dude.
He performed like the rest of the shows in pain, but in a sling.
What fucking troopers those kids were! Holy shit, man.
Yeah, that was a great tour, and I remember that tour too because God, did Rusty meet Debbie? Or Rusty had already met Debbie, but Rusty and Debbie were falling in love, and and she was out hanging out on that tour, and just was a great time, man.
Yeah, Marvin was the best too. Marvin was a great bus driver. I loved him, man.
Yeah, he was the best, man.
So you just kind of like ended up doing this with us. Obviously, you're going to college. Obviously, everything happens for a reason. Then after H2O, how long were you off though before you started working with other bands? Or did you after H2O? Did you think you were going to continue working in music, or did you think I'm going to go back? What was your?
Well, first off, you guys kind of fired me.
I'm sorry.
And you had Adam fire me, but really for like no reason. I mean, look, it was just like, it just like, it ran its course for all of us, and I got an opportunity to go work for the Warped Tour as a stage manager with Greg Teal.
Yes.
And
shout out to Greg Teal.
Yeah, and I did that, and you guys just decided to like use someone else, and then I went. So I was kind of down and out because like I was a fan of H2O,
I know.
like that was how I, it's weird, right? Like a lot of people that work in the music business don't. What you come to realize when you work in the music business is like, people are fans of music, but like people that especially work on the road, like they don't really care who they work for. I mean,
it's a job.
Look, you have to make a living. Like,
yeah.
I was lucky. Like I was a fan of H2O, and I got to go on tour with this band that I loved.
Yeah.
So, I was very, very lucky and fortunate that way. And, but so I was a little heartbroken, when I'm a sensitive guy,
Yes, me too.
And so I was a little heartbroken when I wasn't going on the road with you guys anymore. And, I don't know how it happened, but I was really down and out, and I was like, I'm never going to, like, I was going to go back to college and like, after the Warped Tour that summer of 2000, I was going to go back to college, and Pete from Bouncing Souls, out of the blue called me and was like, hey, we heard, you're available. Do you want to go on tour with us? And I wasn't sure, but I said yes. And I went on tour with those guys, and it just was awesome.
Yeah.
It was like, cause it just, they toured in a totally different way. Like the way in the H2O van, and touring, we all crack jokes at each other, trying to get each other to crack, right? Yeah. Like, that was the way it worked. Like, and it was awesome. And sometimes one of us would blow a gasket, ball break. Totally. I mean, it was, I to this day, like, I think I'm sharp when it comes to that because of that,
and you know what? And me too, because it happened to me, was sick of it all, unfortunately, too. So, totally. So, those guys toured, so they didn't really break balls, I guess, and they toured like what?
Oh, no, man. Like, you start making fun of someone in that band, and they're like, whoa, hey, we're all friends here, man.
Oh, wow.
You're like, what the fuck is this, But
did you tour in that weird truck they had, that crazy truck?
Oh yeah, I drove that truck. And,
wow, that's cool.
It was awesome, man. They're just fucking awesome guys, man. Great people, great band.
Yeah,
and
great band.
So anyway, so I did that in the fall of 2000, but I just felt like, well, shit, H2O got rid of me, the Bouncing Souls, they never toured like crazy. You know, they would always do like 2 weeks here, 3 weeks there.
Yeah.
And so I thought, man, I should probably go back to school. So I didn't have great grades for my first year at college. And, you know, I was doing weekend shows that year with you guys, you know, so I wasn't always focused on school. So I went to Villanova University, and I literally like begged the admissions guy. You know, I told him my whole story, you know, about, you know, getting off drugs and alcohol. And by the way, I mean, like you, I don't really identify as straight edge or anything, but I haven't done drugs or drank or anything like that since I was 17. You know, so
yeah, that's amazing, man. And you went through some, and you went through a lot of shit too, man. So,
well, you know, and I gotta say, like, you were a big influence on that, because, you know, in H2o you had like Todd and Adam who would party and rage.
True.
And Todd's like the you know, I saw a picture of him a week or two ago that you sent me, and it's like the guy just doesn't age. Yeah. It's like who, you know, and then you had you and Moon, who didn't do anything. Yeah. You know, and
Todd Friend didn't do shit either. Maybe Todd Friend did. I don't know.
Yeah, Todd Friend really didn't do anything, and Rusty, I think Rusty just drank beer. I think, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, he was, you know, Rusty was pretty, you know, middle of the road when it came to any of that. So,
true.
You were a big influence. Like, you made it, you know, when you're 20 or 21 and you don't drink and you don't socialize that way. I mean, look, that's the way everyone almost at that age socializes.
100%, 100%.
And so when you go to a party or you go to hang out at a bar or a restaurant or whatever with anyone, at that age especially, people are like, hey, what beer do you like? You know, or what drink do you want? And you're like, oh, no thanks, man. And, oh, come on, man, what do you want to drink? And it's like, look, I don't drink. What do you mean you don't drink?
They get so offended by it. They get so weirded out by it too.
It is. It's crazy. You know, it's that's a tough time. And you guys, you especially, and Moon, like, really made me feel, you know, like it was okay to, you know, like, just gave me the confidence to believe in what I stood for and how I thought I needed to live my life. Never judging. I never judge people who do anything. You know, like, do what you want to do. This is what I do. You know,
so have you felt that? I mean, with moving forward in your career with all the bands you worked for, still being not a party, have you felt pressure too during your career?
Never.
Okay, that's awesome.
Never. Yeah. Never once in my life.
People respect. I think people respect people for that, their choices. You know what I mean? Especially that kind of shit. People always like, yeah, I wish I could do that. Damn, I wish I never did that. Like people like they're really actually proud of you and stuff. You know, like.
Yeah. Look, it just doesn't interest me. You know, and that's it. It's not I'm cool. Like, I see people have a great time. Like, my wife, you know, loves wine. Yeah. You know, and it's so weird because, like, I love root beer, you know, so it's like I'm looking for an IBC root beer, the king of root beers, you know, whereas she's looking for some great bottle of wine, and she can't necessarily admire, you know, an IBC root beer, and I can't admire a good bottle of wine. I don't get it. Like, exactly. What do you mean? Doesn't it all just kind of taste like shit? You know?
Yeah, instead of root beer, that's Max's favorite drink. You know. Okay, so you went from H2o to the Bouncing Souls, and then I think it was a Good Charlotte after that, or?
No, so for the next 2 summers, 2001, 2002, I did the Warped Tour in the summer. I did college in the winter, and then I started tour managing Alkaline Trio in 2002, and which was I loved that band, and it was so cool to get that job. We did these shows at the Metro on Halloween in Chicago in 2002, and then we planned this whole tour for like January, February of 2003, and Matt, the singer, had like acid reflux and couldn't finish recording their album, and they canceled the tour. So I took a semester off college to go on tour with Alkaline Trio. On December 28th, they canceled their tour, and so I was I not registered for any classes. I deferred, I'd taken off a semester, and I was really in bad shape. And 4 days later, this guy Gary Ferncheck,
Gary from Philly,
it's my best friend. He married my wife and I. He's a minister.
Oh, that's amazing, man. It's awesome.
So he called me and was like, "Hey, Good Charlotte needs a tour manager," and I knew Good Charlotte from doing the Warped Tour. They had been on my stage for 2 years.
Yeah.
And when they first came out, I hated them. I thought they sucked. I hated their music, and because I was from Philly, and their song "Little Things" was played incessantly in Philadelphia on Y100, which was a radio station there.
Gotcha.
Doesn't exist anymore. And anyway, they came out on the Warped Tour, and I met them, and they were just the nicest guys in the world.
Super nice kids, man.
And
super nice kids.
And we became friends, and we did the Warped Tour the next summer. That they did it on my stage again with Greg Teal, and they needed a tour manager. They called Gary Ferncheck called me, and then their manager at the time called me, and they hired me. And
awesome.
Toby, I went from tour managing bands in clubs. The first thing I did with Good Charlotte was I flew out to Los Angeles. We did the Tonight Show with Jay Leno.
Damn.
And then, which was unheard of, for us, for
totally.
Guys in our kind of world. And then went from there to Australia, New Zealand, sold out arena tour,
Jesus.
Then came back to the U.S., shot the cover of Rolling Stone with Dave LaChapelle.
Jesus Christ.
Did Saturday Night Live, and then went on a co-headline sold-out arena tour, the Honda Civic Tour, with Newfound Glory and Good Charlotte for 2.5 months, selling out every arena. My parents came and saw you guys sell out the Troc in Philly.
Yeah.
And then they got to come see me, sell out the Spectrum in Philly,
so insane,
18,000 people.
Wow.
And it was I definitely back then compensated for a lack of experience by being a little bit of a dick early on, and I was real with Good Charlotte, because listen, and it's no excuse, but it's a different thing.
Totally.
You're doing press all the time. You're doing TV. You're doing radio interviews. You have people approaching them everywhere. Now all of a sudden you need security, which is crazy. It's just a different world that hardcore punk, you don't really have to worry about that, because it's a community where it's like if you're not playing a show, Toby, you're going to a show.
Exactly. Everybody knows each other. It's not
exactly. So anyway, that year was, they sold 6 million albums that year.
Jeez.
and it around the world, and it blew my mind. We did that tour, then we went in the summer and did Europe and Japan, and then we came back and did another sold-out arena tour with Goldfinger. Goldfinger was the support act, and Eve Six.
Wow.
And because Goldfinger and Eve Six had taken them on the road when they were coming up, so they took them out on the road.
That's awesome.
And sold out all the same arenas again, within 6 months of the other tour.
No.
And it just was awesome. And then at the end of that year, we went to Japan one more time, and then they went to make a new album, and I went and finished college.
Wow.
And then once I finished college, I went back on tour with Good Charlotte, and I was with them. I was with Good Charlotte for, I think, 6.5 years.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's long, dude.
Yeah. So you know, and I got to do a lot of other stuff too. I mean, I a year they took off in that 6.5 years. I did Ashley Simpson for a year.
Yep.
And then
Did you do Hillary Duff too?
No,
Okay.
I didn't do Hillary Duff. I then, and, you know, and then it just kind of quickly, you know, I did after Good Charlotte, I did Metro Station for 6 months because they supported Good Charlotte and they asked me to come help them when Good Charlotte was making another album.
Yeah.
And then I started doing Jimmy Fallon, and I did Jimmy Fallon. I was his tour manager for 5 years.
Wow.
And then and right around the same time I got Jimmy Fallon, I started tour managing Selena Gomez, and I tour managed Selena Gomez for 5 years, from the time she was 16 till she was 21. It was awesome. Dude. You know, she went from playing like the Roxy was the first place she ever played, and you know, we're selling out arenas when I stopped working for her. And
that's insane.
Yeah, and then from there I've done a lot of stuff. I tour managed Guy Fieri from Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, which was awesome. And I've tour managed Wiz Khalifa now for 6.5 years.
Wow, that's not the longest one, is it? No, I mean, yeah, Selena Gomez was long too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the thing I pride myself on in this business is you know, everyone I've worked for for a long time, you know, and like, that's what I'm all about. I mean, I think, you know, I'm a very personable person, and, totally. and you know, I don't, some people think you can do this business and it's jokes. I love the line, oh, it's just business, you know? Nothing's just business, man. At least I can't live my life that way. Yeah. You know, if I work for someone, I'm all in, you know, and if I'm not all in or they're not all in, then we go our separate ways, you know? So.
Yes. Did anything you majored in college help you with tour managing?
No, nothing. Wow. Now look, I don't want to diminish my college experience.
No, I know.
And I got my college degree from Villanova, and I'm very proud of it. But, you know, my education really goes back, man, to getting in the van with H2o and really going around the world and doing that with you guys. I mean, awesome, it really does. That's awesome. It's like, you know, there's, I'm sure just like you, right? There are people that you, regardless of your relationship as an adult now with them, there are people that you are indebted to that helped you
100%,
or that inspired you or whatever. And I am very cognizant of that, and I am forever grateful of. And actually miss those days that, you know, those days on the road, you know, and when you work for acts that, you know, play these big venues and have all this fame and notoriety, there's a clear division, you know, between them and everyone else, you know, I mean,
you're dealing with like 100 people and like 10 tour buses and shit. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah.
But also fame does that. You know, and fame is it's great, and at the same time it's a blessing and a curse, you know. Yeah. You know, just what comes along with it. But you know, with you know, being on tour with you guys, I always tell people back then, there was no hierarchy in that van.
No.
There wasn't, like, not one time did you, Toby Morse, say, like, hey, I'm the fucking singer of this band, and you're going to fucking do what I say. Like,
no, man.
You never and I'm not saying that's how I've been treated.
No, I know.
But what I'm saying is if we were all in it together, you got in that van, and it didn't matter if you tuned guitars or changed guitar strings or if you sang the songs or played the drums, you know, it didn't matter what you did. We were all one, you know, and you know, that camaraderie is something that I miss greatly, and I'm forever grateful for. You know,
that's amazing. Well, you had great times, man. I can't believe how much we toured, how long we stayed on the road. We came home for a couple of days in between, but back out for 6 weeks. It was nonstop, man. It was so crazy, man. And like
it was nuts.
Sharing hotel rooms, all that shit. Like we were super close to every. There was no choice. You would be close to everybody, you know, in the vehicle, everywhere we went. And like you said, like there wasn't 100 people to talk to. We just talked to each other, and yeah, man, it's fucking.
Yeah, the only person that wouldn't share a bed was Rusty. You know,
he still doesn't. He still doesn't, dude.
I'll never forget it. He's like, yeah, I'm fucking 36, man. I don't share a bed with no boy.
Dude, and now he's like, yeah, I'm 56. I don't share a bed with you guys. We're too old to share beds. Some things don't change, my friend.
Bless him, man. Bless him. He's such a treasure, man, Rusty.
Oh my God. Well, Mark, I want to thank you for being part of H2o's legacy, being with us there, believing in us, and taking the chance and come with us, and not really knowing what you were doing, and then you just figured it out, and now look what you're doing. Now I'm so proud of you and everything you've done and accomplished with your life. You know, you've been through shit as a kid, but you turned shit around, and then you continue doing music and everything you've done now, and I'm super proud of you too, man.
Well, I'm forever grateful, Toby, and I got nothing but love for H2O, and I'm just I have such a tremendous life. I'm so lucky. I'm married. I have 2 children. I live a wonderful, wonderful life, and I would never be where I am without H2O's influence and support and the opportunities he gave me. So, you know, I'm very lucky.
Well, good talking to you, Mark. I appreciate it. This is Mark Holloway, ladies and gentlemen, and I appreciate your time. And I'll hit you up soon off the internet.
All right, man. Take care.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for your time, Mark. Okay, bye.
All right, bye-bye.
What's up, dude?
So you're on my podcast right now. We talked about you today in the interview we did with H2O interview you did today on my podcast, and I want to ask you a couple questions about your experience with H2O, because your name came up several times as you being there from the very beginning up until we did the MCA deal. Like, you were there before Blackout. You knew my brother. You had a relationship with him. So,
well, you and I actually met very briefly when I used to work at Relativity Records, and Sick of It All were signed to In Effect. And you would come in the office with the Sick of It Alls, and I was a big fan. So I met you a couple of times then, and then absolutely, I was a huge fan of Outcrowd, and knew both Todds from Outcrowd.
Yeah.
So, and then when Bill Wilson started, got into business properly with Blackout Records. Bill came to me one day and said, "Dude, you've got to come with me to Brill Studios in Manhattan. You have to hear this record. It's amazing." And when he told me who it was, I was so stoked just to hear the music and just to be in a room and hear this all happening.
So did you know
that was the start of it.
Yeah, did you know that Todd Morse had left Outcrowd at that time to join his brother in H2O, or?
Yeah, I mean, that was, Bill had told me that Todd had left Outcrowd and that he was joining up with his brother Toby and this guy Rusty.
Yeah.
And Smokey was in the band at the time.
Eric Rice. Too. Yes.
and the album was so amazing, and it was so powerful, and it was so great. And then we all had a discussion about, should this band be signed to MCA? And the end outcome of that conversation was a very smart one. You guys said, "Listen, thanks, that's really nice of you, but, we have a feeling that we'd be better off doing something more indie."
Yeah.
Because that's who we are.
Yeah.
And if we sign to a major label right now, then that may not show us in the best light that we want to be seen in.
Yeah.
And if I can just say that throughout the entire years that I knew you guys, whether you were signed to whatever label or to MCA or not to MCA, everybody in this band just impressed me on a personal level so much.
Thank you,
Take
man.
the great music out of the equation for a minute and just look at the personalities. Nobody had more integrity ever that I ever came across than the members of H2o.
Thank you,
You
man.
had honor and integrity, and you never, ever, ever let that get into second place. That was always the most important thing. And I think that that's what makes me so thrilled for all of you, that you're still making music.
Yeah.
You're still doing great.
Yeah.
And it's because anybody that knows you or anyone that it comes out through the music, the level of honor and integrity that each of you have. And I'm thrilled just to know you.
Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. And we've been friends this whole entire time. Like, we've been in contact through all that. So then, after we did the Blackout thing, I remember like having like that, like where like you came to LA maybe, and we met with Gerowitz, we met with you, and
How I recall it was that one day out of clear blue skies, I got a call from your brother, from Todd, and Todd said, "Hey, listen, can I come see you?" I said, "Sure." And he came to talk to me because he said, look, I write a lot of songs, and some of them are good for H2o, and some of them may not be.
Yeah.
Do you think that there's a vehicle for me in publishing to get some of these songs to other people? That was the start of the conversation.
Wow, I didn't know that. Wow.
And at some point, that conversation took a turn because it became apparent that H2o were maybe, free from label obligations at the time.
Yes.
And wouldn't it be amazing to try to get this process rolling one more time? And Todd said, well, let me talk to Toby and Rusty and, everybody that's involved. And because at the time, MCA had just done that deal with Drive-Thru Records.
Yep.
And so we were just starting the road of success with Blink-182 and Newfound Glory.
Yep.
And the rest of the bands on Drive-Thru. And geez, Blink-182 and, certainly guys like Chad from Newfound Glory, who I know you're still very close friends with to this day.
Yeah.
They were huge fans of H2o. So when I turned around and said to my boss at the time, Gary Ashley,
rest in peace. Yes.
Yeah, please rest in peace. Rest in power, Gary.
Yes.
When I said to him, like, look, you got to come see this band. And he asked me all sorts of questions, and I'm sure he asked the Blink-182s and the Newfound Glories, and they probably went absolutely bonkers and said, "Oh my God, yeah, please, Gary, go see this band." Because of course I was an A&R person, but I didn't have the level of authority to just make a decision or a determination to sign a band. It had to pass the test through Gary and through whatever the rest of the executive procedure was.
Yeah.
So I remember coming to see you guys, and then me and Gary met with you guys in Denver, Colorado.
Were you on tour opening up for somebody, you think? Or were you just headlining or something?
Gosh, I think you might have been headlining.
Okay.
You were playing a big theater, man. I think it was like
the Bluebird. I think it's the Bluebird Theater. The Bluebird Theater, maybe.
Yes. And Toby, invited me and Gary to come sit with you on your bus. And Gary gets on the tour bus and he asked you, who's bankrolling this bus? And you looked Gary dead in the eyes and said, "Oh, we are."
I think.
And Gary, Yeah, and Gary, because of the fact that he was Gary came from an independent background. You know, he was at Mushroom Records in Australia. He helped sign acts like Garbage, and he always he came from a place that, you know, if a band's business plan, take the music out of the equation for a minute, but if the band had a business plan that allowed them to function as a rock band without continuously dipping into borrowing money from the label to make things work, then he was sold that he was half the way there. So as the evening progressed, Gary's eyes were just big, gigantic, wide open, and he was just loving it. And then when we went back in to see the band perform, Gary just looked at me like 10 minutes in. He's like, yeah, we're doing this.
Wow, man.
So that was sort of the start of it, and it was amazing because I felt like, for me, we were coming around full circle. Like, I was a fan from day one, and now having this opportunity to, you know, the goal was, look, what was the goal? The goal was, let's hopefully plug this amazing band into a bigger machine and make it just work in a bigger, more efficient way.
Yeah, and I thought it was like another platform to spread our message. You know what I mean? Like, that was the ultimate goal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, you know, I think, you know, everybody in the band at the time seemed very positive and very eager to explore this opportunity. And I was just grateful to have the opportunity to, gosh, you know, I was a fan. So what the heck? Just me sitting around watching this all happen was like, you know, I was having my fanboy moment, you know. And then I think that you guys, and understandably so, you guys had always been fiercely independent. You had always made all your own decisions.
Yes.
And I think it was tough for you to come to the realization that now there were all these, never mind just me,
I know,
or just get me and Gary Ashley, but all of a sudden there were like 20 people trying to make decisions for what was going on with H2o.
Yeah, that was stressful. Yeah.
That was a really hard situation for you guys to deal with, and it was challenging for me because maybe it was my fault for not explaining that this was going to happen in the way that it did.
Yeah.
Because I took for granted that we all knew that was going to happen, because there's like a million people that work at a big record company, and everybody wants to have an opinion, and all of a sudden things get diluted slightly. But it was
very overwhelming. I felt helpless at times, because sometimes you're not there 24/7 to be our fucking babysitter. You're not there to hold our hand, walk us through everything. We're grown adults. But it was us coming very independent, very DIY, like you said, paying for our own buses and doing all of our shit. So all of a sudden we like have to talk to like 20 different people that we don't even know. And we knew Bill Wilson. Right. Bill Wilson through Outcry. He was part of the hardcore scene, part of our family. You know, we knew Brett Gurewitz because he was through Rancid and all of our friends. He was in Bad Religion. He came from our world. But I think for us, like, as far as Epitaph is concerned, like, we did our bid there. They treated us like fucking kings. It was a most incredible experience. We were family, but we felt like we want to try something different. A lot of our friends at the time were taking the plunge and trying to go to major labels and trying different angles, different different tools to get themselves, to different audiences, and we prided ourselves always from not preaching to the converted, always opening up for different bands, different styles of bands to get the music out. It was only about the music and the message. It was nothing else. And if we could have used MCA to get ourselves, to catapult ourselves into a different crowd, which we did playing Conan O'Brien, which I'm forever thankful for that moment, is that we always kept it 100, never forgot our roots. I'm still straight edge, I'm still vegan, I'm still the same person, but we just on a different record label. In that time, if you won a major label, you sucked no matter what. You were a sellout, regardless of what your music sounded like.
Well,
people signed you off.
So sad.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was so sad to see that happen, because we had talked about the possibility of there being some backlash from part of the fan base, that you would be considered sellouts.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, it doesn't make any sense, because we have other bands that, whether it was Blink 182 or whoever it all was, you know what I mean? Like, really sellouts for trying to spread the word a little bit wider. It's not like anybody was coming out of there driving a Ferrari.
I know.
You know what I mean? And so it was, but as much as we all thought that we could just ignore that voice became hard to ignore. I think it was disturbing to you guys that there was a backlash, however small the backlash was.
It seemed so much bigger to us back then. Even if it was like,
absolutely,
it was like 10 people out of 100, and that's when message boards were like prime in the fucking punk scene. That's when every message board had a field day, every faceless critic, all that shit. And I talked about with my band is that like people, a lot of people hated it. But it's crazy now that it's almost 20 years later, and over the past, I don't know, decade or so, people love that record. Dude, they're so bummed we don't play more songs off it. And Memory Lane's like one of our biggest songs in South America. And it's like, it's crazy that back then it was so cool to hate us because, yeah, the record, for me personally, is like I thought the record was a little too polished and a little too clean and poppy for my taste, But those songs, live with any of our songs right now, still stand out and still work in our set list, And like...
Listen, it was everything to me in the development of record making only goes back to one thing, and that's the songs.
Yeah.
And those songs lived their own lives. Memory Lane, it's still a great song.
Yeah.
And the problem came in that as we were talking about making the record, if I recall, we talked to a bunch of different people, and then, we thought that making the record with Matt Wallace, who had made records with people like Faith No More, and who was a great, great record man, was the right way to go. And then there was a little bit of tension because some people wanted to go in a more polished direction. Hey, look what's happening with, Blink 182 and Newfound Glory and this whole pop punk thing. And other people, we're saying, no, make the hardest record that you can make because maybe that's more of who you are, But and I think that's where maybe the ship's steering went off slightly.
It really did because my brother took the reins on the album. Todd Morse wrote every single song on the album. Rusty wrote a couple on there as well. It was those two albums that did all the writing, as opposed to records before. It was all of us together, everything. And so, no regrets for me. But I wish I was more there, not just physically but mentally. I think I was in the middle of maybe moving to California. We live in the East Coast. We were staying at the Oakwoods. There was a lot of distractions. I wish I didn't really give up so fast and just did what I was told. I feel like I would have participated more and it was more creative on my half, and that's my own problem to let. And not be there for the mix and shit like that. But my brother was very hands-on in that product, and making that record.
Yeah.
And Todd Friend picked Matt Wallace, who became a great friend of ours. I actually was on the phone with him today. He came to our LA show last week. Fucking just like we haven't seen him in like 20 years. It was just everything. He's like one of our good friends now, as well as you. You guys became our real friends from that experience, and it was a great experience, man. I don't have any issues with it except for the fact I wish I was there more mentally. That's all.
Right. Well, you know what? Matt Wallace is a true professional and a great, great ear for music.
Yes.
And I think that record, all these years later, stands on its own 2 feet.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. And you can have issues with it because you were part of the creating process.
Or the not creating process. Yes, correct.
Right.
Yes.
but you know what? It's an awesome record. The songs were great. The video was great.
Yeah.
The performance and you know what? We got to give credit to who credit is due for Conan, and that's Debbie Wonder.
Yeah, she fucking Rusty's wife. She booked. I know.
I'm not sure that MCA. No disrespect to anybody at MCA. I'm not sure that they pulled that off. I'm just going to go on record and say that was Debbie Wonder.
Yeah, for those who were listening, Rusty's wife was booked all the artists at Conan Bryan at the time, and she pitched us to them, and they accepted it, and we got on it. And like Han said, I don't think it was through the label at all, but I think with all the shit we were getting at the time for being sellouts on the major label, then all of a sudden we're on Conan Bryan, so they think automatically, oh shit, now that the major label put him on television, and that wasn't the case. It's not the case. And I remember John Joseph in the audience, like yelling, "Yo, it's my brothers!" Like in between our takes, he was in the audience. It was such a great moment. We tagged all the speakers and amps and all of our friends' band shirts and repped the fullest we could with all of our roots on national television, because I don't think there ever was a New York hardcore band to do that or ever done it ever since. To be honest.
That's right.
You know, like. So I mean, these moments and these experiences and recording in the same studio with Guns N' Roses. And I just talked about with that Matt Wallace today and all that experience. Yeah, it was fucking.
And you realize who owned that recording studio at the time?
Captain Intonil.
You got it.
And I just found out today that they recorded Appetite for Destruction there too. Some of it. Matt Wallace told me that.
Yes.
I didn't fucking know that.
Yeah, they were in there for a long time recording that record.
You came out to visit us a couple times there, right? I'm pretty sure you did.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, so all in all, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what I really need to point out though is that the record and the band would have done amazing at MCA had there not been things going on behind the scenes at MCA that had nothing to do with any of the bands that were signed there at the time.
Yeah.
2001-ish was around the time that, you know, the big politics at play at the Universal Music Group were looking to squeeze MCA Records and have, you know, Jimmy Iovine take on a bigger role in the entire corporation.
Gotcha.
And so the senior executives at MCA were certainly scurrying around, just all trying to, understandably so, protect themselves. And the ship went off course a little bit. Not just for H2o, but specifically for H2o, but for many of the artists that were signed to the label at the time. And that had no reflection on you, no reflection on the band, no reflection on the record that was made. It was just
the timing,
major label politics.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. It's crazy because that actually helped us get off the label in a sense too, and everything merged and it kind of MCA went away. We were able to, like, you helped us get off there safely, because otherwise we've been stuck in there for like a million albums. So that was actually good in a sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, what did we do? We made the one album.
Yeah.
And we made the EP.
Yeah, we don't talk about that EP. Yes. And then then we were free, and then then the rest is history, man. Yeah. So I want to thank you for first and foremost being my friend and being part of H2O's legacy, I guess you call it, and being there in the very beginning of H2O and just following our career from a distance, never like hounding us, come to me. Like you just told me, Todd Morse pretty much went to talk to you about some other shit, turned into this shit, but you were never like forcing us to do anything, and you were just a fan and a friend, and we ended up doing it with you, and I'm happy that happened. It was meant to be, you know?
Well, first of all, I'm thrilled that you and I are still friends after all this time. I'm thrilled that I can have a relationship, not just with you, but with Rusty and with Adam and with everyone in the band. Considering that I was the catalyst to bring you to a record company that didn't do what we all thought should be done.
Yeah.
So the fact of the matter is, listen, it's a little bit like a doctor. You know, the nurse hands you the wrong injection, and you kill somebody on the operating table.
Yeah.
Well, it's the nurse's fault, but the doctor takes the responsibility. So in some weird way, I've always felt totally personally responsible for the time period that you were at MCA not being entirely wonderful for you and the band. And I've always felt, bad and ashamed to a certain extent because, I was the catalyst for that.
Yeah.
And even though it was outside of my ability to do anything about, I still always felt really crappy about it.
That's because you care. That's because you care and you're a friend. You're not just some business A&R scumbag. That's the difference, and that's why I always felt like you were too nice to be in the music business, actually, man. Because you actually gave a fuck, and a lot of people did. They were just write-offs and fucking, and didn't care about the band, and you did. And
I could never do that. And you know what? But it shows what incredible integrity and what honorable guys every single person in that band still is to this day, because you're still nice to me. You're still my friends. Like nothing happened. Like we can sit and hang out and nothing happened. It's fantastic. And I want to tell you, I love you and every single person in the band for exactly that.
I appreciate you, bro. You know what? And that's what, and also that's what's called separating business from friendship. And a lot of people don't know how to do that, man. It's very hard to do that. And we probably were pissed at you back then. I can't remember ever being pissed at you. I think the whole experience at MCA was like a roller coaster for us. We didn't know what we were getting ourselves into. Like you said, we were very DIY and did shit ourselves. But I'm glad we did it because we learned a lot from doing that. And we saw most of our peers do that and catch shit for it. And we still did it because we wanted to not make the record over and over again. We wanted to try something different. We've been inspired by all types of music, and we just wanted to like try something different. I'm glad we did it, and I'm glad I was with you. You know what I mean?
And I'm honored to have been just a small, tiny little part of it, and grateful, really grateful for the opportunity to be involved with that, even at that level. And I just grateful that we're still friends all these years later. Of
course, I fucking love you. How long were you there after us? Like, what happened after?
So 2003, they basically, when Jimmy Iovine and Geffen and Interscope took over, MCA just basically got slaughtered and everybody got sent home. Very few people were still there after 2003. So around the tail end of 2003, me and everybody else pretty much got shown the door. Gary Ashley, pretty much the whole A&R department, everybody got tossed out.
How many years were you there for?
I was there for just about 15.
Wow, man.
I had survived, quote unquote, a few different regime changes, but that one was tough to survive.
Well, didn't they call MCA like the Music Cemetery of America?
They did, absolutely. And it was one of the reasons why I went there. I felt like, at the time, when MCA wanted to hire me, a bunch of other labels wanted to hire me too. And I felt like, wow, if I go to MCA and do anything right, then it's no longer the Music Cemetery of America, because they've been calling it that since like the early 80s,
Wow, man. I was just happy to be signed to a label with Mary J. Blige because I loved her, man. I loved Mary J. Blige. And Shaggy. Shout out to Shaggy.
Yeah. There was so much great music at MCA throughout the years. I mean, look, Tom Petty, The Who.
Wow.
Elton John.
Damn.
The list goes on and on and on. Steely Dan.
Was there a big hip hop? Was there a big hip hop on there or no?
Well, yeah, because we had Uptown Records.
Oh, that's right.
So Uptown Records, the guy that was sort of the office guy for Uptown Records was Puffy.
Oh, that's right.
And Puffy, if I recall, brought in Mary J. Blige.
Yeah.
Helped bring in Heavy D and the Boys. And what was that artist? They had Rump Shaker.
Yeah, Shake Your Rump. All I want to do is K7.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. No, boom, boom. Let's shake your rump. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3. Mike Checker, Mike Wrecker. Who is that? Who was that?
Rex in Effect.
Rex in Effect. Yeah, that shit was huge.
And we had an amazing movie soundtrack department. We did Pulp Fiction.
Oh, shit. Dropping the knowledge right now, Hans. That's crazy.
Yeah, the lady that ran the soundtrack department at MCA Records from like day one was Kathy Nelson. Kathy Nelson, I think, was related to the Mamas and the Papas.
Wow.
Lots of musical history. She made Pulp Fiction. She made all sorts of movie soundtracks. It was incredible.
Holy
so there was a lot of good music coming through MCA throughout the years. And on the R&B side, there were just tremendous amounts of incredible artists coming through.
I mean, Mary J. was the biggest, right? At that point, I remember.
Yeah, Mary J. was humongous. But, we had the Roots, too.
Oh, fuck yeah. Shout out to the Roots, man. Wow, I didn't even know that.
And then, of course, Shaggy, and we had Semisonic.
Yeah.
And there was all sorts of cool stuff going on. But, at the end of the day, it was a political thing for them to shut down the label when they did. And so another legacy of music is sort of taken apart and disintegrated. It's a shame.
It had a great run, and things happen for a reason, I believe,
Absolutely. Absolutely. But, the good thing for me is, I still get to talk to you.
Yeah, man. We're still getting tattooed, and we're still alive, man.
We're still alive. We're still here.
And you've always been a positive person too, man. You were never like a jaded, bitter industry dude. You're always smiling. You always try to make shit work and make everybody happy, man. I appreciate your hustle too, man.
Well, right back at you.
All right, Hans. Well, thank you so much for being on here, man. Much love to you and your family.
I'm honored.
Thank you, bro.
I'm honored to be on your podcast, dude, and thank you for having me. And lots of love to everybody in the band. Lots of love to you and your family.
All right, brother. I'll speak to you soon, Hans. Hans H2o, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, bye, bud. Peace.
Thanks. Bye.
Mr. Matt Wallace, it's Toby Morse. I'm on the phone with you right now. Obviously, hi.
Hi, how you doing?
You're live on my podcast, which is not live because it's not aired yet. But today on the episode, we had H2o, and we discussed from day one to now, and obviously, working with you for the Go record MCA was a huge deal for us. Todd Friend actually picked you because he loved your work with Replacements and Faith No More. He knew all about you. He's a music nerd, and we got to record with you at Rumbo Studios. And I remember we did demos with you in New York City, correct?
Yes, we did. Yeah, we did some rehearsals and stuff like that. Yep, absolutely. Whipped the songs into shape.
Yes, and how long we do we record with you at Rumbo?
How long did we work together? I mean, usually I tend to do a 2-week pre-production thing, and we must have done around that because that's kind of what I generally do, so
yeah.
Especially for a full record. So, I mean, that's what we did just so you guys could see if you liked me or not.
Yeah, we loved you. And what was the experience like working with H2o? Did you know anything about us or even like hardcore music before you met with us?
I mean, I knew some just because when I grew up in the Bay Area, there was a bunch of hardcore bands, but they were like West Coast hardcore, which is like different and also probably more punk than hardcore. So you guys are more of the first, like, I guess, hardcore band that I worked with. But, I mean, certainly worked with people who kind of gone in that direction. They were kind of hardcore light, I should say. So you guys were the first band that was really much more kind of full throttle, higher energy, faster tempos. And also the first and probably only band I know of that was doing the whole straight edge thing. At least, portions of your band were all straight edge guys. And that was a really big. I'd heard about straight edge and read about it over the years, but never actually worked with anybody who was, living that kind of a life. And, to learn about that.
So you realize what kind of a spaz human beings can be when they don't do drugs or alcohol.
Yes. You guys are all spazzy as me.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much a teetotaler when it comes to alcohol. Never really drank, never really liked to even do high school calls, all this stuff. I mean, I experimented with weed here and there, but was always kind of in that vein of not really being into any of that kind of stuff. So I think we were a good match.
And then all in all, did you like the experience with us?
Dude, I had a fantastic experience. It was really, honestly, it's weird. I don't always feel this way with bands I work with. I mean, I usually have a really good connection when I'm working together, and we're really connected. And you figure, hey, maybe we'll still kind of be in touch afterwards. And sometimes I'm in touch with bands and friends with them afterwards. But you guys are really unique, and I'm really like, I know brothers is too big of a word because I don't hang out with you guys as much as you hang out with your buddies. But I must be like a brother junior because I saw you guys at your show about a week or so ago. It was like instant connection. Hung out with you, talked to you.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I met with your brother Todd. And I'm online sometimes with Toby. With Todd the drummer. He's kind of like writing back and forth. So I've really been just kind of in touch with you guys, which is just it's odd. Because we haven't worked together in when was that? 2001. So
yeah, it's crazy,
years.
Man. Yeah.
But we've just kind of stayed in touch, and we kind of you guys came over our house some years ago, and it's really been lovely. So it's really really nice. I have to say, and I really enjoyed seeing you guys at your show and reconnecting. And I really like your message is so
inspiring to me, and to see that kind of positive energy coming off of the stage is really something. And then also knowing about your One Life thing. All these things are inspiring. As you and I talk, I want to meet with you in person and talk more about that kind of thing. But yeah, man, just a really great time. I love the songs like, of course, Role Model and Memory Lane really, really stick with me. But there's so many of them. Even Hyper Roddy, Self-Reliable. They're all just like really, really cool songs that are positive, which is just a thrill,
Are you happy with the record the way it came out? Are you happy with everything? And
I am. The only I'm not happy with, I wish it could have been pushed further. And I know that for you guys, it's probably a much more kind of a pop version of what you guys usually do. I'm sure that's probably the case. But I just wish that somehow the audience, the label could have got more of an audience attached to you guys. Because whether or not you stayed in that vein or went back to where your original stuff was, I just wanted more of an audience. That was my whole kind of goal, was like, you can be as hardcore as you want on stage and do your thing generally, but it'd be nice to have a record or some songs that can get a broader audience. And I just wanted a broader audience.
Push that message to a different platform, a different audience.
Yeah, because I'm used to working with rock bands, and most rock bands are pretty lyrically self-centered. It's about, my baby did me wrong, and this is bad or that's bad. Look at Nirvana. It's all kind of, there's kind of a subtle darkness or depression about a lot of things. And you guys are a very, very rare band in that you kind of give people a roadmap of how life can be, and it's really unique to find that. It's really unique to find, a band where you get a band up on a platform and young people can listen to the lyrics and either, go out and kick over trash cans and burn some cars, or you can be self-reliant. You can actually change your life. You can do these things. And to me, it was such a thrill. And just hearing you guys' stories from the East Coast and just all that crazy stuff you guys lived through, and it was just a very, very inspirational time and records for me, anyway.
That's amazing. It's crazy. Is that like back then we were recording at Rumbo Studios and Guns N' Roses were doing Chinese Democracy. We didn't even know those dudes, and now Adler is one of my closest friends, and the other night you came to the show, and Adler played a Ramones song with us. It's so full circle, man. It's crazy, man.
It is crazy, huh? I mean, it is totally crazy. Yeah, and also, that room we track in is where they did Appetite for Destruction.
Oh, fuck, I didn't even know that. Oh, shit.
Yeah, so that was the, hey, no swearing on the podcast, bro.
Wow. And then I have another, so for us, when that Go record came out, people were like, oh, it's poppy, it's polished, it's clean, we were sell-outs. People hated it. Right. And now people fucking love that record, dude. And they ask us, why don't you play more songs? Now it's like, because back then I think automatically you got judged for what label you were on, if you were on a major label or not. Obviously, some of it was a little, for us, it was more melodic than usual, but we're not trying to make the same record over and over again either.
Right.
But did you have that, like, I know that you did Faith No More records, Did you did the one that kind of brought them into the mainstream, or no? I mean,
yeah. I worked with them from when they very started, and I did the Real Thing, which had that song Epic, that brought them
love
to
that
the
song.
mainstream.
Yeah,
and then but after that record, we did Angel Dust, which was the album that was after that was a way left turn that they lost a lot of audience. So I've done records where people have lost big audiences when we take big steps, big changes. But in that room we did, I did a band called Sugar Cold right around that time.
Friends of mine.
I think right after you guys. I think
Yep.
Maroon 5.
Shout out to Sugar Cold, good guys. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So to me, I mean, I knew that it was probably a little bit challenging and risky, but man, I just think it's a record that really stands the test of time. And it's a kind of punk, hardcore record that more people I was hoping could get into it, kind of go, oh, this hardcore stuff's not that bad because listen to those lyrics, they actually resonate with me,
Yeah, because
I think if people can, you can get past like the onslaught of guitars and the momentum and the tempo, go, man, this guy's singing about some real stuff. And to me, that one of the things that really drew me to what you guys were doing is that you guys were a very positive band under this kind of guise of being a hardcore band, but you guys are doing positive stuff. And even like, I got to tell you something, man. I almost cried at your show because you set aside one song where the ladies got to do the mosh pit.
Yeah.
And that was so important, though. It's so important because guys are physically bigger, so they can kind of take over the mosh pit most of the time. And it was so inspiring to watch these gals in the mosh pit with no guys in the way, and the pit filled up. And they were so free.
Yeah, that was really awesome moment, actually. Yeah.
They weren't going to get elbowed by some big fat dude. It was just a bunch of other ladies.
Yeah.
And they were going to get groped. Nothing weird was going to happen. And I have to say, that approach that you take to life and the way you approach your band is very all-encompassing. You bring people in. You're like, come on, man. We're all part of this. There's no pushing away. There's no work, click. You guys are out. You're like, man, everybody come in. Come in. And that's part of your quote-unquote nerdy kind of aesthetic is it's very disarming. And people don't want to fight you. They want to join you. So I'm really impressed.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you being part of H2o's legacy. You know, we are friends. I consider you my friend, and it was a great experience. It was a crazy experience. I wasn't even living here yet. We're staying at the Oakwoods. And just there's so many memories from that time. And it's crazy. It's crazy. We got to do Conan O'Brien on that record. It was really awesome. And there was a lot
if everyone could have just pushed around too. Oh, look at this. Todd Morse just emailed me while we're talking. Look at that.
What's great? Another thing is we had that song Forest King on there, which is all animal rights about anti-hunting on the record. I totally forgot about that. Holy shit.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's
man.
Right. You know, and that was a really, you really, I thought, dug deep on a lot of the record, because that idea of Forest King is really an interesting concept, right? Because it's pretty much about Ted Nugent, those kind of dudes, right?
Yes, totally.
Yeah, and to me that it's rare. I've been doing this for like 35 years. It's rare to find a band and a singer who have these lyrics that are about things that are really things that you got to think about. And you guys were the first ones that really. I mean, I knew I had friends who were vegetarian, but you guys are the first ones that are like, dude, vegan. You got to get vegan. Then of course my son went vegan for a while. My daughter's full vegan right now.
Wow.
And it's really interesting. Yeah. So it's really changing the landscape. And you guys speaking about it, I think makes it more acceptable to people. And so people are like, yeah, why not? I can eat without having to eat meat. Of course, why not? You know, so pretty inspiring, man. I got to say, I was really fortunate to work with you guys, on that record and still be friends with you. So
us too, man. Well, I appreciate your time, and I'll be seeing you soon for sure.
Yeah. So just when you get off the phone, just when you get a chance, let's hit each other up. I want to find out when we can meet up next week. I really want to find out about that foundation you have. I really want to talk to you about.
Yeah, one from Chance. Awesome, man. Awesome, yeah.
Cool, man.
All right, brother. Thank you for your time, and thank you for being part of it. I love you. You're my friend, and I appreciate that experience and that record, and I appreciate everything. So.
Yeah. If I was in the room with you right now, I'd give you a big wet Grammy smooch.
I know. I can't wait. All right, everybody check out Matt Wallace. You can Google his ass. You can find everything about this guy, man.
Exactly that.
I'll speak to you soon, bud. Thank you.
Sounds good, man.
Bye. All right, so Chris Bridge 9, good to have you on the phone here. Obviously, your name came up today on the podcast with H2o because Bridge 9 was and still is a big part of H2o's history. I want to rewind back to that meeting we had with you. So H2o had been having a hiatus for about 7 years, I would say, after the Go record, and somehow we connected with you. How did that happen? Do you remember how we connected with you through that, or did you hear we were looking for a label or something, or I'm not sure.
So it's funny. H2o was actually on a list of, like, I wanted to work with H2o back in 2002, I think it was.
Okay.
I had an employee that worked with me that unfortunately things didn't work out with him, and he left. At the time, we had been talking about trying to do something with you guys, and it kind of went on the back burner. A couple of years went by, and I think. Let me see. I think we met up in 2007, right? It was 2007.
I mean, the record came out in 2008, but Bridge 9 you guys been around about the same amount of years as H2o in the first place.
Yeah. So Bridge 9 started in '95. I'm trying to think of where things connected, because I know at one point, I had been talking to Chad Gilbert about doing some stuff.
Okay.
With them at the time, and I know he produced the record for H2o. So I think that maybe I can't remember where
Chad might have mentioned the Bridge 9 thing to us too, but I don't know if that was after or before we had lunch with you in New York at VP Vegetarian Paradise.
Yep. Yeah, I mean that was you, Carl, and I, and everyone sat down and kind of spitballed and brainstormed a little bit, and it just seemed like a good fit.
Totally, and it was. And so if that was 2007, we dropped a record 2008, right?
Yep. Yep.
So for us, I feel like that was a perfect move. Bridge 9 for the built-in crowd that Bridge 9 had at the time, the people that have been following H2O for many years and waiting for H2O, and with the kind of record we wanted to make, and the timing, and then with Chad producing, actually knowing the band and knowing what he loved about the band, he told us, like, I just want to make a record and bring out the best parts of H2O that I love, and I feel like that record did that. We're really lucky that, for that time frame, that people didn't forget about us or not care about us anymore. They actually were still around, kind of waiting. So when it came out, I guess it was our comeback record, you could call it. You know what I mean? Because the last record people hated. It's funny, I talked about that with Hans yesterday, is that people hated the Go record, but now people love it and they beg us to play songs off it. But back then, the message boards and what label you were on was so important that's people, whatever label you were on or whatever, people love to talk shit and they kind of judged you by the label, regardless if the music was crap or not. But anyway, so yeah, so here we are now. It's fucking 10 years later since Nothing to Prove dropped, and we did a covers album with you, and we did Use Your Voice also, which I love that record. So yeah, we've had this, like, the longest we've had with somebody,
And I wouldn't even call it a comeback record. I mean, like, the record itself was such a great reintroduction, I think, because you hadn't had an album at the time.
Yeah.
You guys were still touring and playing out. It's not like you went on hiatus and came back 7 years later. I mean, you guys were still very active, right?
Yeah. But I'm saying as far as, like, a record that people were excited about, you know what I mean? Because the last one had been, like, FTTW, which is 1998. So that's 10 years later. It's crazy,
was it
man.
98 or 99?
99. Okay, 99, my bad. Still, though, it's fucking...
You know what was crazy was when we realized people were going off harder for the songs off Nothing to Prove than they were, the hits.
On any of the records. Yeah, still, to this day, it's fucking... Especially, like, overseas and stuff. That record connected really well, man. So, I want to thank you for that, too, for believing in us and meeting with us and reaching out to us, because we were talking to some people at the time. I don't even know how shit went down, but, like, we known you throughout the years also. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think the time. Go ahead.
I feel like it was a perfect, like, we found each other at the same, like, in like the perfect spot where Bridge 9, I mean, when you started, H2O was much bigger than Bridge 9 was when we both started, right? I mean, you guys kind of had in the 90s, you had the opportunities with Epitaph, and Bridge 9 at the top, being out 7 inches with local bands.
Yeah.
And over the years, we got to the point where, we were able to handle a band like H2O, and we had that, we had our kind of like fan base and connection with hardcore kids, but we had the distribution and the reach that a band like H2O needed, and we're still, like, as a label, we were more kind of boutique style, where we weren't the biggest label in 2008, but we were able to give you the attention to detail that you needed. I mean, I remember you guys at Steven's Rock Show and joking about how you can call me at any time, and you have ever since.
It's true.
It's been a good, it's been a good balance where, look, I've told you I was a fan of H2O before, I even started the label, I think, or honestly, it was right at the beginning of the label starting. I mean, I remember seeing you guys with Civ, and on one of those early tours, and I think that it was just a good opportunity for us to be able to work hard for you, and for you guys to be able to have, like, the attention that you deserved.
Yeah, and we got that too, because we were coming from, I talked about that with Hans too, we were coming from a place where, we signed with MCA with Hans, who had been following our career from before Blackout through my brother's band Outcrowd, and as soon as we signed MCA, it was like 100 different fucking people we had to talk to get fucking any kind of questions answered or anything. It was like so many chains of command and all that shit. And with you, I'd hit you up directly, text you, and we're friends. I consider you a friend. You're part of the family. And like we didn't have a contract with you now. I mean, how long now? And we still do stuff with Bridge 9 because we're a family. And that speaks a lot of volumes for you as a person and as your label. And like that we actually became really good friends from this, and everything worked out great. Even though it's business also, the fact that we're still doing business with you with nothing signed speaks so much about you, Chris. And so I appreciate you being part of the H2O history, you know?
And I realized and greatly appreciate that. I mean, it really has been a pleasure working with you guys. I mean, it's hard to believe that it has been, 11 years since that kind of sit down to talk about Nothing to Prove.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then, I mean, we didn't even know what to expect with Nothing to Prove, what would happen with it. I don't even know if we put out, did we put out a 7-inch first, like with 95 on it and something else?
Yeah, we did the 7-inch, and it's funny. I mean, I vaguely remember you guys talking about how, like, we're not going to be touring a lot, but, we're going to try and do things here and there. And then you literally went from, I mean, how many shows did you play in support of Nothing to Prove? Because I feel like it was 10 times more than you guys were planning on.
Anywhere. We have not stopped touring. It's 10 years later. We have not stopped, man. It's crazy. You're right. Like, yeah, we're going to take it easy, do this and that. And then we just fucking, the record connected, and we started going back to Europe because we kind of like, we slept on Europe so much at the beginning, and we really started hitting Europe a lot when this record came out too. And that also has to do with like you actually getting the record out in Europe everywhere, you know what I mean? So, yeah, man, we've been nonstop since, man. It's been really, really fucking awesome. So, yeah, man. And then studio, you came out for the studio too, didn't you?
Not for Nothing to Prove. I did come down for Use Your Voice.
That's right. But we've been like, we've been going strong, just like you've been going strong the whole time with your label, so it made sense. Plus, I'm born in Massachusetts, so I had to really, really go back to my roots.
So I mean, the 7-inch we did, I think, was Bridge 9's like 88th release, I think.
Wow.
Nothing to Prove was I think our 92nd release.
Holy
shit! I mean,
shit.
we're up to we're pushing 300 now.
Jesus Christ.
In terms of releases, so like it's Bridge 9 has been a significant part of H2O's life as a band, but similarly, like H2O has been a huge part of Bridge 9. I mean, we've put out probably more releases with H2O than any other band, and a lot of them are for fans of like 7-inches and reissues and vinyl reissues. But I mean, I feel like we've done like a dozen vinyl releases for H2O over the years.
So many, man.
Whether it's like limited to 500 7-inch, or like a repress or like like a full album.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Probably the most releases ever with you compared to obviously because we only did 3 before that. 4 we did to go, but yeah, man. So that's fucking a big chunk of our career with Bridge 9 over 10 years. It's pretty amazing, man. So
yeah,
I appreciate that, Chris. I appreciate still working with you and everything we've done in the past and being part of H2O's life. And yeah, man, much love to you and Bridge 9, Chris.
No, thank you very much. I'm psyched you're doing this podcast. I feel like you've been the one person that podcasts were made for.
I'm finally doing it, and I'm finally doing it now. I'm obsessed with it, especially this one because this is pretty thorough. Now that I talked to you, I've talked to Hans, who signed us to the MCA. I've talked to Matt Wallace, who produced the Go record. I've talked to Mark Hall. I've talked to Vaughn. I'm hoping to speak next up to Bill Wilson today, and then also to Brett Gurewitz. So it's gonna be like really in-depth H2O episode, man.
Nice.
I'm excited. I'm trying to make it super factual, all the timing right, keep it like chronological. Everything I'm trying to do with the podcast is trying to be like that, starting with my mom, my brothers, and then my band, and then see what happens next. But yeah, man, I'm doing it.
Nice.
But thank you, Chris. I appreciate it.
Happily. If you have any other further questions, just hit me up.
All right, bro. I'll speak to you soon.
All right, cool. Thanks, Toby.
Bye. Done deal. Hey guys, thanks for listening. Please rate, review, subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet to this podcast, please do that. And whatever platform you are listening to this on, I'm glad you found me. You can rate me and review me on there also. So thank you guys sincerely for the support. I cannot wait for you guys to do the next one.